Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. I think I'm going to stick with that. If technically the playlist and the podcast is going to be called What's New with Rydo, I think I'll just leave that at that and not try to be too cutesy. It's more descriptive to say we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And covering video game news than just saying what's new. As it were. Yeah. So, yeah, today is Wednesday, March 8th. I spent a decent amount of time yesterday playing Prey, and I may be somewhat close to the end of the game. It definitely likes to rush you along in this second act, or maybe even third act that I'm in a couple different ways, and it's pushed me to go and do something fairly quickly, even though it didn't actually pop up a timer, whereas in the past it has popped up an actual timer. We have only a certain amount of time to save things. It also frankly just cheats you by having the main narrative kill off some characters just because in writing the game they wanted fewer characters. It doesn't really make a lot of sense if you run around the entire game that you would be able to save what is probably somewhere around 40 people that are actually potentially would have been savable in Prey. They want to get that down to probably about 8 people, so they're just killing off characters when you're not even in the same level. Interesting, you've got these Lego type characters. So yeah, they're killing off characters for story writing reasons, and they're pushing the narrative forward. There was a point where robots started to be more difficult, whereas the vast majority of time the game, it's been super easy to take out robots, and then fairly quickly, unless you just wanted to live with the robots being difficult and wasting your bullets, which this is the imbalance throughout the entirety of the game, is that increasingly as you move the main story forward, there are more and more enemies of some type. They all become more and more bullet sponges, and you just don't get enough bullets to account for that. In fact, the best thing you could possibly do throughout the entire game, I've realized, is to enter an area that you almost certainly would have completely missed in the utility, the general utility tunnels system, which they call the guts. There's a whole section there that has one of 4 secret codes on the treasure hunt that you find in the crew quarters. Once you have all those numbers, I don't know how you figure out the order. I just brute forced it, and 4 numbers, just brute forcing all the combinations wasn't that crazy of a thought. But what it gave me was a fabrication plan for an item that would increase the amount of stuff, increase the yield on the junk, the vendor trash you're collecting, when recycled into the core currency materials you need to make bullets and other things. On top of which, it also fixes your flashlight, which there's no reason in the game whatsoever that your flashlight doesn't just work permanently. Maybe the first 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours of Prey is a horror jump scare experience, which really would just say you should probably not pick up the flashlight until after the 4 or 5 hour spot at most, or at the 4 or 5 hour spot you maybe pick up a forever battery for the flashlight, which would also make some sense. But the fact that I've spent probably 30 hours playing the game with this horrible flashlight that's just constantly dying is ridiculous. Um, but yeah, doing the treasure hunt, which means going everywhere, and while you're going everywhere, going to security stations and finding any corpse in the level and marking it as a specific goal to go and find and interact with and search their body is going to help you way more in the game than you would think it would. I've found nearly everybody in the game. Now there's a loading screen that says that there's like hundreds of people on the space station, and it's not true. It just is not the case, but there is probably close to 100 people. Honestly, I probably suspect it's closer to 75. And there's even a problem in that even though I feel like I am somewhat close to the end of Prey, there is at least 4 or 5 people who are behind a locked closet in the lobby, which is one of the first areas you go to in the IT security division. So you're not going to be able to find everybody quite yet, or there's some trick to that. It feels like Danielle Shu would be the one that would have the key to that locked closet, and that's the only way you can get in there is through a key. And then that does certainly make me speculate that Daniel Shu may have either knocked out or killed 4 or 5 people and shoved them in the closet, or put their tracking bracelets in the closet, which, even if that was the case, then I would probably have to go back to deep storage to figure out what their new tracking bracelets are. I half wonder if Daniel Shu is actually more of a bad guy character, and as such is tricking you, because her other quest was to have you kill this imposter chef guy who seems like he's a danger to everybody, but when I eventually did find him, I was able to just taser him and knock him unconscious. And when you kill him, it doesn't seem to give you any new side quest. There's also a side objective quest, specifically around just escaping the entire facility, which seems like that would be a way to end the game early. And I wonder, that would be one of the things that would potentially push me to play a New Game Plus, is that you might be able to get 2 really quick endings otherwise. Like by escaping and not killing any humans, which would be like 1 achievement, escaping and only using human neuromod modifications is another achievement. Escaping and only using Typhon neuromod. Yeah, that would be another achievement. So I could see if you can end the game fairly early that way, that would be helpful for those achievements. Although at a certain level, I need to play the DLC, which also has achievements, and see how close I would get to finishing off that DLC content and getting the achievements on that. Otherwise, the whole thing is a waste anyways, and it's just not going anywhere. There's still probably close to 50 achievements I haven't gotten. There is a total brokenness in when you knock out people or mind jack people to free them from being controlled by the Typhons, the telepathic Typhons. They just become unconscious and their body just stays there. But after a while, their bodies just disappear. So I don't know if that means that they somehow escaped. Probably not. More than likely it means they just got killed and turned into phantoms, which we now see that that is what the Weavers tend to do. So it just doesn't feel like you're really saving anybody, unless there was supposed to be a system where you knock them out, then drag their bodies into, say, like a locked closet and left their bodies in there. Which, yeah, I don't think that would have worked either. Like, so there's a lot of problems to complain about, certainly with Prey. You don't get XP when you hack things, and in the second act, you're heavily encouraged to hack more things. You don't really get any resource for doing a lot of stuff, when it would make a lot of sense to get extra rewards for hacking things or repairing things. It actually costs you things, costs you spare parts to repair things. If I was just constantly getting small bits of XP for doing small actions, even just killing your smallest of enemies, the mimics, that would be nice. That would potentially create a situation where you would have a reason to go out of your way to attack people. Unfortunately, because it doesn't have that system or any XP system, you're better off in many cases just running away from the mimics. They come back anyways. The nightmares are too big and can only show up in a few places. That's another problem with the game. Really, what I need is an ability to convert one resource into another. Like, I have hundreds of organic material, and then there's just nothing you can do with organic material as far as a resource. If I could even do a 2-to-1 as far as organic material into mineral material, that would be incredibly helpful. But yeah, honestly, I really don't have that much more to say about Prey. And the funny thing is, I may finish the game in the next episode, or finish the main story in the next episode in like 30 minutes, or it could just put out yet another twist, and with yet another twist, there could be another revelation or another enemy, because they certainly have done that before, where the story changes as far as what your goals are, what you want to do. And then overall, I've watched several episodes of the History of the World Part 2 on Hulu. Mel Brooks's, I guess, a long, never really waited for sequel to the History of the World Part 1, which was a movie. In this instance, they're doing it as, I would say, it's closer to a mini-series than anything. And yeah, it's pretty good. It jumps around, I think, a little bit more. We don't want to do this. Can we undo this? Nope. Oops. What you run into as a slight problem, I would say, compared to the History of the World Part 1, is that it is definitely a different time, and it's definitely different actors. So you have a whole new cast of characters and comedians. It's on Hulu, which is mostly owned by Disney, so it's not as dirty of jokes as you would have had in History of the World Part 1. Mel Brooks is very old, and his involvement in the entire series is almost certainly approaching nothing at all. He does some voiceover work without even showing his face. He did a couple of face shots, but that's kind of it. A couple of face scenes that they may have gotten him on a very good day as far as just his health is concerned. But yeah, I could see them easily just using deep fake technology to do the voiceovers that Mel Brooks is using. So it really is 99.9999% the new actors being executive producers, writing, doing skits. It's Nick Kroll, Wanda Sykes, and one other character, I think mostly. But then I think they're going to bring in a lot of other people here and there. I can't pronounce his name, can I? The comedian who wrote The Big Sick. Nanjiani Kumail. Yeah, Kumail. He did one skit in there. And then JB Smooth from the... what is that? Curb Your Enthusiasm. They did a full Curb Your Enthusiasm parody, except for it was Judas and Jesus. But Nick Kroll is playing the role of Larry David. So I would have kind of preferred that Larry David played the role of Larry David instead of Nick Kroll being in it. And that Larry David being kind of old too. In a funny way, though, since it is jumping around through different eras, a lot more than History of the World Part 1, which was kind of more of a linear narrative idea. It was the same characters going throughout the entirety of it in a chronological order. You have Wanda Sykes doing Civil War and American Times parodies. A lot of these are parodies, whereas History of the World Part 1 wasn't really a parody of other shows. So her African American perspective in comedy smacks directly at a 180 of Nick Kroll doing poor Russian Romanov style Jew parodies, and some of these skits are just ongoing, so you're getting pieces and pieces, where others of these skits feel like they will not be as ongoing. So yeah, it feels like it's more close to 3 executive producers each pitching skits that they think they would be funny in, more than a long narrative. And then the Noah section, a skit that was in, I think, the 3rd episode. I think then that joke is specifically going to be a one-off, and the Hitler on Ice being an ice skater, that's almost certainly going to be a one-off. It definitely is a sign of the times. Different comedy. It'd be interesting if I pulled out like my Blu-rays of the Mel Brooks collection that I have somewhere and watched The History of the World Part 1 to compare it. But yeah, it definitely doesn't feel as raunchy and as dirty as the first one. It doesn't feel as Mel Brooksy, but I mean, what can you say? Mel Brooks effectively succeeded in being Mel Brooks and being a successful comedic producer for many years, and so we've had that success. It would be ridiculous to... It would be nice to have more Mel Brooks, certainly. But we also have to really admit that he's just too old. And in all fairness, there's definitely some Mel Brooks stuff that has not aged as gracefully or been as well accepted. People don't really care about like Silent Movie or The Seven Chairs. And in all fairness, a lot of the Mel Brooks comedy is really funny in clips and small memorable sections, much like Saturday Night Live in the 80s. It's just like all the good stuff in clips and best of collections makes you think that everything was a hit, when nobody ever hits anywhere close to 100% as far as comedy. That is perhaps something that modern comedians need to work on more than anything, is they need to produce just more content like crazy. More and more content so that you can cut down to the good stuff. I think that's the problem with a lot of these Netflix specials. Like, I'm hearing comedians talking about the latest Netflix comedy special by the guy Will Smith slapped at the Oscars, which I don't know his name at the moment. Yeah, I can't even remember his name. That's the shame of it, is he's in my mind going to be forever thought of as just a guy who got assaulted by Will Smith. Yeah. And he's a highly successful stand-up comedian, but I don't know if he ever really was my taste, my kind of comedian. And yeah, other comedians are saying that it just felt like a very awkward presentation that he put on in the latest Netflix thing. And yeah, a lot of Netflix stand-up specials are just not good. They are either recording something live for no reason, which is what I think was the case in this one, or they're recording 2 or 3 presentations at the same venue, or maybe even 2 or 3 presentations at multiple venues, when arguably you probably should go on tour with the person and record 6 to a dozen presentations at large venues. That way you can get 2 or 3 takes on each joke, which is exactly what you would do in the case of TV or movies, that you would get multiple takes on any kind of delivery, whether it's a joke or not, and then you can get better reactions and get better delivery. Honestly, you just need to get better delivery. It doesn't really matter if somebody's laughing in the room right or not, because you can always add a laugh track. That's just by default expected nowadays. The slight problem I would suspect is that if you do the same jokes over and over again, comedians potentially are increasing their odds of somebody already hearing it. And if you do a whole bunch of new jokes, which is really what they should be doing, is trying out new material, they increase their odds of being canceled or getting a bad response. It really is an iterative thing, stand-up comedy, to my understanding, and they really do need to go out and bomb on open night mics, even if they are super successful comedians. They need to go out and have presentations at small venues and test out new jokes and get the wording right, get the phrasing right, get the concept right. For instance, I will put out this, and hopefully it'll be taken in the aspect. How did I surrender there? That seems ridiculous. It was the other player's turn, and he wasn't playing. There is something inherently broken with Yu-Gi-Oh! In how you can lose because the other player is taking too long. Like the amount of time I have to react to something triggered by the opponent should go up for every second it takes the opponent to play. So if they take 200 seconds to play their turn, I should have 400 seconds to respond to it. At least to that one response. Because I swear, it was saying turn 1, main 1, and it was the opponent's turn to play. And then I look down and I'm just playing on my cell phone, getting my dailies done, which I missed. And I need to catch up on, and then it just said I surrendered. Anyways, yeah. So it's International Women's Day, although I've also seen hashtag International Women's Month. It's a unique combination of words, certainly, when you just look at it, that you would not have just a Women's Month or Women's Day. I don't really fully think it makes that much sense to put the word international in front of it, other than to say that this is perhaps a international holiday that is being celebrated internationally, but we don't say that when we're talking about Christmas or Easter, which Pope John II is a new evidence of him like covering up things came out. So yeah, and he was the Pope everybody liked, but yeah, it's been fairly well speculated and pretty much known that all the popes were cardinals at one time, and that when they were cardinals they were part of the whole program of covering up pedophilia amongst the Catholic Church, which was rampant. But yeah, you don't say International Christmas, you don't say International Easter, you don't say International St. Patrick's Day. So why say International Women's Day? It just brings attention that some country somewhere might have a different Women's Day. And certainly it would be an old comedic bit to say, why have a Women's Day when Valentine's Day is already a Women's Day? For the most part, very few adult male men getting Valentine's Day candy or cards. Although we could change that, certainly, at any point. But yeah, for that, I put a joke on my personal Facebook that says, every year I celebrate International Women's Day by buying another mail order bride. which that is a joke that probably isn't that funny, but it is a joke that I thought about and went through at least a couple of revisions as I was thinking about it and typing it into my personal Facebook, in that I was originally going to say sexists celebrate it by sending their wives back to Russia, which doesn't really explain the whole mail order bride joke as well as it really should. So I changed it from Russia to mail order bride as the concept, which would make more sense and be less wordy, fewer words. And then sexist, well, not really punching down, is still not probably getting to the full comedic value you can get when you can just make yourself seem like a sexist and make fun of yourself. So I changed it from sexist to me, to I. And people that know me in my personal Facebook know that I don't really mean it that way. I would hope people that know me would know that and recognize the joke. And if they don't, they can learn, certainly. But yeah, 2 or 3 different versions of that joke went through my head. And a lot of that can be done in the writing phase before you ever actually tell the joke. But if you're a working comedian and you're going up 3, 4, 5 times a week to a stand-up to do open mic, like stand-up bits, you very possibly would have said a joke like that in its first form or second form as you're getting reaction from the crowd and getting the timing down. And that is kind of a great example of a joke that somebody out there might try and cancel you over. Which, yeah. There's less of a desire to, less of an ability or desire to take big risks as a joke writer these days compared to the old days of Mel Brooks, when Mel Brooks kind of, once he had made it, once he was making his own movies, had free reign. Like, nobody was going to cancel Mel Brooks. Nobody was going to stop him from making the exact kind of movies he wanted to make and telling the exact kind of jokes he wanted to make, except for the censor boards, which at his time, the censor boards weren't being that big of a hassle. Obviously, seeing what he got away with and pushed the line on. At a certain level, you would kind of want a Spaceballs 2 to cover. I mean, you could really cover the prequels or the sequels of Star Wars fairly easily. Well, both fairly easily, as far as if you were going to just try and make a Spaceballs 2, Spaceballs 3. And then there probably are some movies you could make fun of and parody that would be worth parodying. But even in this case, you see how, with the History of the World Part 2, and this has nothing to do with video games, I know I'm just warming up and rambling, but you can even see how that did not get greenlit as a movie, which would have just been higher budget, probably a parody around one specific thing, or maybe 4 or 5 specific things, and instead it's a streaming mini-series. Which, yeah. So I don't even think Mel Brooks really could get the funding to to make a movie if he wanted to make a movie. And I'm thinking like a movie like Get Out potentially would be something that you might want to parody, but if you did parody that, people would probably be upset that you parodied it. And Get Out is a horror movie, so you probably wouldn't want to parody that. If you were going to parody anything, you would probably parody dramas, and dramas movies really just don't exist that much. The other thing I would say the History of the World Part 2 really suffers from is Mel Brooks wasn't just a good comedic writer or producer. He was actually a pretty funny actor. His movements and actions, like him including himself, didn't feel 100% just like an ego trip. It felt like he really knew what he was doing. A lot of that has to do with his own stage acting and comedic presentations, like one-man show type things. Theatrical acting. And yeah, I don't know if Wanda Sykes or Nick Kroll or the other person I don't even remember the name of. I don't know if any of the actors in the History of the World Part 2 are anywhere close to as funny. And I like Nick Kroll and I like Wanda Sykes as comedians, but I just don't think they're as physically active as funny. Like, it's an older style of doing comedy to dance around the stage and talk in silly voices and just really be willing to pull a funny face or make yourself sound silly. There was a thought certainly around why a lot of horror movie actresses struggle to give good performances, because they are so hyper aware of how their face looks that they will not just become the scream queens of old and contort their face or get blood on their face or anything like that. They want their face to always look in the best lighting, on the best camera angle, in every aspect, and they're just not really emoting. Which, yeah, there's only so many Aubrey Plaza type characters you can have, really, and that's one, maybe two, dour, unemotive characters. Yeah, so that was pretty much all I did. I guess I did also watch a little bit more of Naruto. Still in like the 5th or 6th season. Really just Naruto taking on side jobs and side missions left and right. Really feels like that's what the beginning of the series should have been, before they got into the whole Sasuke and Orochimaru stuff, which they've basically completely forgotten about. Yeah, obviously this is a case where the pitch and the hook in Shonen Jump for Naruto was the Sasuke Orochimaru stuff, and the evolution of that to make it a long-running series was to create massive amounts of filler, which is what the anime is just continuing with, is just massive amounts of filler. And I don't even think it really does a great job at doing the filler, because it's not like Naruto ever grows as a character. Maybe the characters around him somewhat grow as a character, but Naruto, for the most part, is still the same kid from the first episode. Overpowered, idiotic, and super positive in his thinking, or even naively positive in his thinking. Did I watch anything else? No. Really, I just think mostly I've been still sleeping and having just really weird sleep schedules. I have yet another thing I need to deal with tomorrow, so I'm not going to really get anything done tomorrow probably. Yesterday I also had some other stuff I was dealing with, so that's an issue. As soon as I get all of the sprinkler irrigation system equipment back to where I wanted the new equipment I ordered, I'll have to work on that. Hopefully that fixes this system for at least one whole season, if not 4 or 5 years, hopefully. But yeah. So it doesn't look like it's going to be much of a week as far as productivity in recording videos, which is fine. The upload system is also still crashing on Firefox on YouTube. One of the things I did look at on YouTube is I clicked on the subscriptions tab of YouTube, the YouTube app. Well, whatever the ad blocking YouTube app is, that still mostly works, even though they said they abandoned support for it. But yeah, at the top of the subscriptions tabs, you have little circular logos for each thing you subscribe to, and so I clicked on my channel Rydo, which is a big R circular logo, and then it just scrolls and shows you all of the notifications / new videos that have come out. And yeah, from that perspective, I don't know how many people really look at channels that way, but from that perspective, my channel really is just getting flooded with 3 or 4 YouTube shorts in between every live stream or pre-recorded video, which is not super surprising. Yeah. But yeah, it really just highlights the fact that very few people, I have a hardcore audience, and thank you to those people certainly that are subscribed and have clicked the notification bell and are actually clicking and watching pre-recorded video or live streams. But the vast majority of views I'm getting are from random people on YouTube Shorts, or just random people in general finding my videos some other way. And unfortunately, that's really where YouTube is pushing all content creators to put their focus, is the random people watching videos, not the subscribed people. Which, yeah, ideally I'd rather have a fan base that would watch videos when they're brand new and consistently, and watch videos all the way through. Making prey footage certainly highlights that idea too, because like the prey videos are like 2 or 3 hours. They're going from 2 hours to 2 hours and 30 minutes long, and I totally know that the right time for an episode normally would be about 30 minutes, but I just don't feel like I could possibly break up episodes to 30 minutes. Literally nothing happens in 30 minutes worth of time when playing Prey and playing most games. Most games have this grindiness, time wasting aspect to it. there's an argument to stop playing at that point. Here I wanted to show off this cosplayer doing a Witcher 3 cosplay. I'm not sure specifically who this character is supposed to be, though. It is hashtag Witcher 3. But looking at the costume here, you can see there's some real effort here to make a costume. And this looks like this is all from scratch. Maybe this bandana is pre-bought. Maybe the sword and sheath is pre-bought. But you look at this letter, you look at this pattern, this looks like somebody who really is doing the costume work of the costume. Now, inherently, it doesn't look amazingly good as far as a costume. Perhaps if I knew the character she was emulating, I could get a better comparison there. This may be that the hair and the headband just don't really match what the character looks like in Witcher 3. But yeah, this really would be the kind of cosplay you would want to see succeed if cosplay really is about costume design. Let's see. Saskia, The Witcher 3, The Witcher 3 Next Gen. So maybe Saskia is the character, or maybe that's just who the cosplayer is. But yeah. And certainly, at a certain level, even though I'm probably in the minority here, I do want to see the cosplay be around costumes. Because that's really what the cosplay is all about. Certainly. As far as actions and emulating the personality and living the character, that's almost fandom acting or play acting. That arguably should maybe be its own separate thing. And maybe there should be different awards given for different things as far as cosplay goes. When you are having cosplay events, which arguably I've always felt like cosplay itself really should have its own E3 type event and not be part of things like Comic-Con or anime conventions. But that's just never going to not happen. But the elephant in the room certainly is that most cosplay is much closer to this cosplay, which is cosplaying an anime about a Japanese girl who's into cosplaying, where she is actually somewhat accurate in the costume that is shown in the anime show, but 99.9% of this picture is here to attract fans of her body and just fans of lewd images in general. Oops, I'll take the blame on that one. And certainly it's worth pointing out that all these tattoos are not accurate when you're cosplaying a Japanese high schooler. Japanese people in general don't have tattoos unless they're in Yakuza. So, is it really fair to say you would need to do full body makeup to cover up all these tattoos? Probably, if you really want to do cosplay right. That, it definitely makes a lot of sense to not get tattoos. I have heard that there are some tattoos that fade after 3 years. If you are going to get a tattoo, I would heavily recommend doing that. I feel like getting a tattoo on the knee was probably incredibly painful, or near the kneecap. But yeah. I have never really been able to think of anything that makes enough sense that I'd want to permanently tattoo it on me. I could see doing the 3-year tattoo just if I was just bored, but bored and had the $50 to $500 it would cost to get a tattoo. Yeah. Seems like that is kind of a waste of time. Let's do one more game and then that'll be our last today. So we do have people celebrating International Women's Day. When you highlight a hashtag, though, in Twitter, you don't get any pop-up. Well, I don't. Rocksteady Studios here. Celebrating that with also a hashtag Embrace Equity, which certainly the phrase equity has really become a hot button phrase to use. At a certain point, only the grossest of gross people that you wouldn't want to be associated with would have been anti-equality or equal opportunity. So it makes a lot more sense to stick with that instead of putting out the idea of equity, which has been defined as looking for equal output no matter what. It doesn't matter if one person has a natural set of skills or ability or just natural God-given talent. Equity has been described as nope, everybody needs to be equal in output. So it's like starting a race, but making sure that everybody ends the race at the same time instead of everybody starting at the same starting point and ending at the same ending point, which would be equality. Equity has been defined, and by some, I don't know if not by most, as having some people start at a different, closer starting point, or even lengthening the ending point for people who have a natural advantage, just to make sure everybody ends at the same time. Which, yeah, I guess that moving the end point doesn't make sense there. Which most people, particularly in the race example, would not agree with that one person would get to start 50 meters closer to the finish line than another person, unless that was just some kind of pre-agreed upon stipulation amongst the competitors. But that just doesn't seem exciting, and that doesn't seem fair, and it's not entertaining at all. And so, yeah, people definitely get upset when they hear the phrase equity. I would definitely say just equality, equal opportunity. That's about it. Like, I don't even really have much of a problem of giving one-time helps and assistances to individual people so they have an equal opportunity to start at the same point. But to potentially create a permanent system in which whoever the minorities at the moment that you're supporting always get an advantage is really just swinging in the exact opposite direction, which has been the problem so far as your white males in the United States, is that there's been a generational system of old boys clubs and cronyism and just laws that favor white males over females or minorities. Someone on the chat, Deserga Sri says hola, hello. I'll say hello. He's asking me to do some kind of replays. No, I don't have time for that. The bigger issue I certainly would say, as far as Rocksteady talking about International Women's Day, though, is you kind of have to look at what has Rocksteady done as far as hiring its own employees, which that number never gets really highlighted, and what kind of games have they put out. Right now they're promoting Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which, in fairness, you do have the fan favorite Harley Quinn here, but then the rest of it is just male presenting Suicide Squad characters. Here we can see someone who looks like an employee here, this female in this background. But yeah, as far as the Arkham Asylum games, International Women's Day here, presenting Poison Ivy in the in a leaf bikini bottom in Arkham Asylum 1 and Arkham Asylum 2, in which she shows up a little bit, or Arkham City. Yeah. And then she has just like this barely buttoned in outfit. For as little as she showed up, the outfit wasn't really the main problem in Arkham Asylum 1. The same person on the chat's asking if I speak Spanish. I'll say no. I don't. Yeah, the bigger problem is, as a character, both her and Harley Quinn in Arkham Asylum 1 are very much side characters just put there for cheesecake and photo opportunities, but they aren't really well written, and they aren't really people that you're capable of fighting. You don't fight this character in Arkham Asylum at all. You do kind of beat up on Harley Quinn in one battle in Arkham Asylum 1, but even at that, you barely fight her as a character compared to all of the other male inmates in Arkham Asylum, where you smash their faces as Batman into the ground and basically curb stomp them. You also can see here, at least in this artistic rendition, there's definitely a choice here with the leaf going up and being very yonic, to use one of my favorite phrases. Here's a different render. These are fan arts that have just been retweeted, and a different render. So yeah, as far as what they've done to present how they presented fictional kid characters, fictional female characters in games, Rocksteady is not a paragon on doing a great job. Catwoman in Arkham City, even though I didn't really agree too much with the with the argument when it was made, the Arkham City games were pointed out as having this situation where the cape was covering up the butt of Batman, but the butt spandex of Catwoman was highlighted completely. But in all fairness, like even in this picture of Batman, you've got tons of abs, tons of pecs, a pretty big bulge, tons of biceps and arms. They definitely were not downplaying the sexiness of Batman as a character in the games that much. Gotham Knights came out, and much like the Suicide Squad, you have 3 male characters to 1 female character, and almost historically, because it's DC, that's kind of all you could do. You could have not made it a Gotham Knights game, and it could have been female DC characters, but even the female DC characters like Birds of Prey would be your best bet. They didn't sell that well. Female characters historically have not sold well in DC comics. So yeah, one can only hope that the Rocksteady team is doing a better job at actually hiring and equally paying and equally employing females for as much as they promote females. But it does make an argument that has been made before that females at Rockstar Studios and other game development companies may just not really have as much of a voice as the male characters do. Because, yeah, you look at the Suicide Squad characters here, and it's not like they really drew these characters to be that muscly or that intriguing. There's just a subtle male gaze perspective, if I can use that phrase, in that Harley Quinn here has larger breasts than she probably normally would have, and she has straps in the straitjacket and her arms turned around to accentuate the breast, and the straps come down towards the groin, whereas, and just the amount of lines and curves on this shirt is about twice as many lines and curves on these shirts. But yeah, there's just no real detail here on the men too much. They have their hands up in chains, and that's kind of it. Like, if this was drawn from more of a female attracted to male perspective, you would probably have a little bit more focus on the face, more pecs, more abs, more lines and curves and detail in general on the characters. The Killer Shark himself almost certainly should have a lot more muscles on the design. Clearly, Harley Quinn stands out here as somebody that they did a lot more shading and a lot more drawing on and focused on. So yeah, we have yet to hit that kind of equality spot as far as video game women in the actual artistic development of video games. We'd already kind of talked about how ScumVM has been added to the Steam version as a core of RetroArch. Another core, Numerio, has also been added. If we click on that, we'll see what this is. This is the one that emulates the TI-83, which, yeah, I'm not sure how many people really want to emulate the TI-83 calculator just to play slow running Texas Instrument games. Once those options are outside of something you would do while you're in school to get away with playing video games in school, it stops being something that is worth people's time. Steam Deck retweeted that the Subnautica is now Steam Deck verified, so we have yet another newer big game that is Steam Deck verified. CD Projekt Red also is doing charity things with women in games as its own thing, non-profit, where they're playing for Turkey and Syria from the earthquakes. Now, the problem with this is that while CD Projekt Red a year ago did put out support for the Ukraine war, which makes sense since they're in Europe, and you'd think almost every Eastern European style video game company would probably side one way or the other, almost certainly with Ukraine, unless you're like Atomic Hearts, who perhaps is going to stay more silent because they're actually in Russia for their own safety. But they put that out, and then they said they were going to no longer sell games in Ukraine. But that was a year ago. There's been, as far as I can tell, no follow-up on that. So it almost feels like you have to, as a company, once you pick a side and once you pick charities and countries and disasters you want to support, you kind of have to support all of them, particularly on Twitter, or people are going to forget about it and think you didn't support them, which is exactly what happened to me. Is that I scrolled down quite far back to like September of 2022 on their Twitter feed to see if CD Projekt Red had said anything about Ukraine, which specifically, since they're European, I did expect them to say more. And eventually I had to just Google search it, and yeah, there's really no news that came up in the first couple of searches after about a year ago, which is okay. It's weird because you kind of need to just have a pinned tweet for everything you support, or retweets fairly often. The Ukraine war in particular is this weird situation where it just keeps on going, so if you're going to, you kind of need to keep on covering it, or keep on supporting it once a month or so, just to look like you're actually supporting it. Or you could be a company that just says we don't get political at all and we don't support anything, which then would also say don't be political and support Turkey and Syria in an earthquake. I would definitely question if anybody could be dressed this way in Turkey or Syria. If any woman could be dressed this way in public, this seems like a fairly extreme thing, certainly, as far as character design for attention. Same is kind of true here, and here's a character named Kiwi from, I assume, CD Projekt Cyberpunk 2077, or this may be the character from the anime. Yeah, I think this is one of the characters from the anime, but I don't know if she really was ever really dressed like that. Yeah, I think it's from Cyberpunk Edge Runners, this character. Which, in all fairness, I would say the female characters in Edge Runners, honestly not focused on that much. There are some female characters in the series that are love interests of this main character, but the main story really is around this guy. He does have one main love interest who has some backstory and some focus, but the whole series really doesn't tell you that detailed of a narrative. So they really are cheesecake characters too, just for visual attention. And I would say this character in particular barely had any backstory. It is also worth mentioning, when I was scrolling back, it's interesting how CD Projekt Red really putting out more focus and tweets around Witcher 3 even now over the past year than Cyberpunk 2077. They just don't have anything new to say or good to say about Cyberpunk 2077. They also announced a Witcher 1 remake and have not made any new announcements. I am moving too slow, though, going through Twitter things, which instead of just going through real news. Censored Gaming pointed out that in 1999, Bill Clinton, former U.S. Bill Clinton, U.S. President Bill Clinton, held up an advertisement for the Japanese fighting game Guilty Gear in a speech that criticized violence in media. Which, yeah, I think a significant portion of gamers today were alive in 1999, or were aware in 1999. They probably weren't watching Bill Clinton or any U.S. presidents giving speeches in 1999, but yeah, the effort to push for censorship, which that kind of statement is 100% and can only be taken as a push for censorship, was and is even today still very much alive. Even in a quote unquote free country like the United States, the push has been alive. Guilty Gear, not a actually controversial game. Anyways, it's a long-running fighting series that is very much liked amongst its fandom, to my understanding. That's the only censored gaming article we have today to talk about, though. Yeah, my entire life that I've been aware of, I've been alive when there was pushing for censorship in music and movies and video games, and I don't think there's been a single point in my life where there hasn't been some level of successful censorship in artistic forms. The internet, thank goodness for its existence, helped remove a lot of censorship, certainly, but it hasn't fixed everything. But yeah, we would be in a really, really bad place if the internet didn't exist. If you could only buy games that were officially released by Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, and that were rated by the ESRB. All of the competition as far as internet downloads and Steam and PC gaming would not exist without the internet. And without that competition, you would definitely see a considerably more conservative amount and quality of games released on consoles. It would very much be all kids stuff. Very little games even being rated M for mature. This is an interesting post. I may have already talked about this. Papers, Please version 1.4.9 is now on Steam. And Lucas Pope, the creator of Papers, Please, says, a near total rewrite that I expect to fix old problems and create new ones in equal measure. What I want to say here, and what's weird about this, is why would you name it 1.4.9 if it's a total rewrite or near total rewrite of a code base? Like, generally speaking, you have when you're doing a version numbers like this, you have the major number version, which would say version 1 is all of the features that you would expect in the game. Like, from day one launch, version 1 should be it. So you should launch a game not in early access, not as a beta. It should be version 1.0.0. That's the way it should go. It's not always the way it does go. Then your minor number here would be when you're making minor adjustments, bug fixes effectively to the game. So theoretically here, version 1.0 came out. There's been 4 versions of bug fixes. And then your third digit would be like just security patches, things that really need to come out as fast as possible. That's normally how I would do the numbering system. It might be, you might go in a different way of thinking about it and say that you would go, each bug patch is 1.0.1, 1.0.2, and then you're just working your way up to that. But then that does create a situation where when you're at 1.0.9, you're just rounding over to 1.1.0 for no reason. Whereas it would make more sense to stick with 1.0.10 if you're just making minor adjustments. You could also certainly think of the middle digit as being, we've made significant amounts of bug fixes, so let's indicate that to the player. But that assumes the player understands the version number at all. Almost certainly a complete rewrite should be 1.5.0 from this point instead of 1.4.9. Because that would at least significantly say you've done a near total rewrite to the game and made a major change. But yeah, however the version numbers work, or you use version numbering in your programming, doesn't really matter that much to video games. It's just an awkward thing as a programmer myself, so a small hobbyist programmer. It sticks out to me. Let's talk about some real video game news though. Start talking about the Video Games Chronicles articles, and while we're at it, we'll go ahead and turn on the blur and start to burn through the news very quickly. Is this Terry Crews? WWE 2K23 DLC lineup revealed includes Bray Wyatt, Scott Steiner, also makes his long-awaited return to the series. As far as wrestlers go, I don't recognize any of these characters. Maybe I've seen this guy once, but I couldn't tell you his name. It's interesting here to see how few of the wrestlers even have tattoos. You have like one arm tattoo here, one arm tattoo here. I'm fairly certain this is Terry Crews. Zeus, SmackDown color commentary, and 5-time international champion Wade Bryant, and first ever 3-time WWE champions Eve Torres. I guess maybe this isn't Terry Crews. Well, he definitely looks like Terry Crews, but honestly, I guess it would be weird if Terry Crews actually did get into wrestling. There's a longer list of names. Let's see if I see anyone I even recognize. Nope, not really. Bray Wyatt? Yeah. I'm so far gone from wrestling at this point. I have no connection to it compared to the Attitude Era. Attitude Era, but in all fairness, even if wrestling went back to the Attitude Era and just brought back all the old wrestlers, they'd be far too old to wrestle, and I really wouldn't have watched it. I wouldn't have time to watch it now. I didn't really watch wrestling that much, even when I was a kid. There was just perhaps 6 months to a year where I was really, really bored, and I would every now and then flip over to SmackDown or Raw. No, mostly Raw. SmackDown did exist, but I didn't watch much of it. And yeah, I'd watch maybe half of one match and then flip around to something else. I would get the general gist of some of the crazier stuff. And honestly, yeah, the best bits of the crazy Stone Cold Steve Austin just hating Vince McMahon and beating up on Vince McMahon. Like that was kind of the great over the top ridiculous Looney Tune type experience that I was really enjoying. I don't know if the fans at that time were particularly enjoying that. And I just don't think you'd bring back that nonsense. Really. Let's see. Moving on with video game news. PlayStation 5 UK sales are up over 300% year on year. I closed a lot of the Video Games Chronicle articles we'd already talked about to just have a better, smoother experience. Hogwarts Legacy PS4 and Xbox One versions have been delayed again. The Switch version of the game is currently scheduled for July. Yeah. We're increasingly seeing delays. I wonder if Sony's competition against Xbox with trying to stop the Activision Blizzard merger isn't in part pushing for more games to be released on the PS4 and Xbox One in some way. I don't know what the real connection there would be mentally, but it definitely feels like, well, PS4 and Xbox One users are probably going to get shortchanged and are probably getting shortchanged even now. There is this kind of need to abandon PS4 and Xbox One as consoles and only have new generation consoles game versions of games come out. And even at that, the Xbox Series S, there is definitely a push to not even support those consoles. If anything, I suspect it doesn't have anything to do with the Activision Blizzard merger as much as it has to do with the PlayStation 5 has been very difficult to get for its first year to 2 years of it being out. And so now game developers are not really willing to drop the PlayStation 4 until they know the vast majority of players have a PlayStation 5, and that's just taking longer than they would have expected. And since they're not willing to drop the PS4, that is probably creating some pressure for them to not drop the Xbox One versions of games. We probably will see a point where games start saying, we're not making Xbox One versions of the game, but we are making PlayStation 4 versions of the game. That may become a growing trend. But there may be some contracts stopping that from happening. I definitely don't think you would want to play Hogwarts Legacy on the PS4 or Xbox One. If that's the only thing you have, definitely you would have to play it there, but probably would get a little bit better performance out of the new consoles. If the Nintendo Switch 2 came out, then perhaps at that point game developers could get together and say, alright, we're not supporting the Switch anymore, we're not supporting the PS4, and we're not supporting the Xbox One. They could just drop support for everything. If nothing changes, I wouldn't be surprised if we do run into a situation where around Christmas this year there is a pretty high amount of lacking of support for PS4 and Xbox One games this Christmas. Of course, the economy is still pretty bad. That's a thing too. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says City Skylines 2 is officially coming to PC and consoles this year. The game hopes to welcome both new and veteran players. I can't imagine that there's anything City Skylines could do to encourage me to play it, since I just really was not a fan of the simulation city development of Cities Skylines 1. It looked like a fine game, it's just not my type of game. It did occur to me, though, that if I ever did win the lottery or something and wanted to build a new house, I probably should start writing down exactly all the things and all the thoughts I would have as far as a new house. Particularly cushioned floors would be something that I would really like to have. Not hard floors that hurt my feet. Cabinets and things at the right height for me. Certainly. Things that would be easier to clean or wouldn't gather dust. A lot of smart home technology, a lot of conduit technology to pull network cable and fiber. Yeah, just running fiber and running like Cat 6. Certainly to each room in multiple places in this room. Having more power outlets, just like double the amount of outlets in every room for me. A whole home battery backup, things like that. Just efficiency in soundproofing, efficiency in air conditioning and cooling and heating, general concepts like that, and then even more bigger details as far as just what kind of rooms, how big the rooms I'd like them to be in, and things like that. That's a lot of fantasy, certainly, though, because it all circles around the idea of winning the lottery and being able to build a brand new house. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Switch's successor faces backwards compatibility challenges, a developer suggests. The chipping compatibility could cause issues with older games, as clear. I don't know where they're getting that from. Nintendo Switch currently uses a Tegra X1, a chip developed by NVIDIA, and that also powers the NVIDIA Android TV from 2015 to 2018, highlighting the age of the hardware. So, you've already got the plans for a Tegra X1. Wouldn't it be fairly easy to have a Tegra X1 either scaled down to a smaller process or built on the exact same process and then put another chip processor in the Switch 2 to handle modern games? Something like a Tegra X2 or something like that. The quote here is, if Nintendo is to move away from the Tegra X1, which I feel strongly that they will probably do, current Switch games won't work on the new hardware. I mean, technically, that would be true with any architectural chip swap. That is, without recompiling the games to target that hardware. So, what? Let's see. Let's do a little research here. I'm gonna just type in Switch tear down and see if we can find a nice picture of the circuit boards. Is that the best picture we can find? Okay, yeah. We'll stick with this one. So, let's assume that this is a teardown of the current version of the Nintendo Switch. Here you would have the weird rail that connects the Joy-Cons on the side. Here you have a battery pack. Facing down would be the screen. Here you have a heat pipe and fan, which is probably blowing out the top of the controller. Here's a USB-C adapter. Here's a speaker. Here's a speaker. Okay. And here is your memory card adapter, which might literally be just connecting to this here, or this might be connecting one board to another board. It seems like there's definitely room for this. So, almost certainly here, the Tegra X1 chip is somewhere under this part, or under this part, assuming there's room for that. Like, your best bet would be, in designing this, that your CPU would be under this part. So, what this chip does, I don't know. This could be a RAM package. This could be even an audio processing package running audio really far amongst the circuit board. And then RAM certainly could be under here. CPU and RAM would be the things that you would need to cool. I wouldn't be surprised if the Tegra is actually under this square, and then there are several RAM packages like this chips here under that, which wouldn't need to be cooled as much. And then it's all being heat piped over this, and then the fan is just so thick that it goes through all of that. You're almost getting to a point where the battery would have been used or serviceable and replaceable, and yet I don't think that is the case with the Switch. So, yeah, if the Tegra 1, let's just assume it is this size, isn't going to be used in a Switch 2, what would you do? Well, even if it was this full square, you would just have this full square, and then you would just put another chip, say, down here. Let's just say you're going to take up that full amount of space, and you can account for that by making the Switch bigger, which would actually work fairly nicely in older kids and adults' hands, or you just scale down something else. You take out some battery, and then the battery doesn't last as long, but then you balance that out with a more efficient chip, and then the batteries do last that long. Potentially, if you're still using Joy-Cons, that might not change too much. RAM packages probably would have double the space and the exact same physical layout. A chip like this could be a little bit smaller, but I'm not seeing a ton of chips on this teardown that you couldn't potentially squeeze down. And that is all to just ignore the idea of a Switch 2 just straight up not actually supporting the Switch 1 games in the first place. Here we have a different teardown where they've removed the heat pipe and cooler, and you can see it much better. This is rotated at a different angle, but the fan would have been here, and so this is the Tegra CPU, which with modern technology you probably could put a Tegra 1 circuitry in about half the space and then have a Tegra 2 in the other half of the space as a custom chip. That would kind of suck. Here you can see this was the RAM packages, so that is that. It's noticeable that this circuit board has all of its components on one side. You could flip it over and have an entirely different circuit board on the other side to make the console a little bit thicker, but not really any wider or taller. So you could easily just have a Tegra 1 and this exact same board, and then on the other side you could add a couple more layers to what is almost certainly a multi-layer circuit board and have more circuitry. Almost certainly you would want to share the RAM and share the, I assume this is probably audio, but you could easily swap, have just a chip select option and put more on the back side. So yeah, definitely feels like there's plenty of room there. And if anything, I think this is just a great example of Video Games Chronicles allowing basically anybody to spout out nonsense just to get an article. Which developer is this? MVG. I don't even know who MVG is. Yeah. Yeah, as a developer, I don't even know who MVG is, but if they were worth their salt, worth their own weight, they would know that this claim is incredibly simplistic and definitely makes a major assumption. Let's see. Modern vintage gamer. Yes, just so some YouTuber that claims to be a developer. And yeah, they are just assuming that the Switch 2 is going to have any backwards compatibility or play or look like that at all. Yeah. Ideally, I would love it if the Nintendo Switch 2, even if it just looked like this, was twice as thick. Twice as thick potentially means twice the battery life. That would be rather nice. So I don't think anybody would complain about it being too heavy or anything like that. And certainly they could always say, well, if it's too heavy to you, then play the Switch 1. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Rare is going to release a Sea of Thieves documentary to celebrate its 5th anniversary. So apparently Sea of Thieves has been in some form out for 5 years. Yeah. With anything that just highlights how confused it is as far as the collection of pirate games, many of which have not been released, but were all announced about 5 years ago. And yeah, people not particularly that enthralled with the pirate games idea. The general idea, I think, around playing as a pirate is somewhat interesting, but it never translates into a video game form. And then you can see here you have a lot of happy people playing Sea of Thieves, which this has consistently been what I've seen, is that you have a lot of people who are mainstream video game journalists or game developers and work in the industry who are super happy and play a ton of Sea of Thieves, and then it doesn't seem like there's actual people that are playing Sea of Thieves. There was Major Nelson from Xbox. Yeah. It just doesn't translate to enough of a fan base. Inherently, you have this problem where the game developers have a circle of co-workers that they feel are their friends, and they have this extra excuse that if we're working on this game, we should be playing the game together too. And so they just have more of a connection to play more of these multiplayer games. But you can see in this documentary trailer here, it definitely seems like it's going to be at least 50% footage of game developers having fun instead of actually making the game actually better. I hate to promote the idea of crunch culture, but it definitely seems like they're not spending enough energy and focus on the game itself. And in that entire trailer, they showed 2 female streamers, it looks like. And that was it, as far as people outside of either mainstream video game journalism or game development actually playing the game. And that's certainly not something I could say about a game like Destiny 2. Like, I don't play Destiny 2, I don't play Sea of Thieves, but I can clearly get the general feeling that there is a lot of probably ex-Halo fans that play Destiny 2 when there's at least new content to play on Destiny 2. Same can be said for like Call of Duty Modern Warfare. There clearly is a fandom of what you would consider an average gamer, although I might call those maybe more gamer bros, but we'll just keep it simple and say average gamer playing Call of Duty Destiny 2. I don't feel like there's a fandom, really a big enough fandom playing Sea of Thieves. I guess I could potentially have looked on Steam to see just what the SteamDB statistics are, but yeah, I don't think I'm going to bother with that. I need to hurry. I've set myself up to have some poor momentum today, and I'm not getting through the news as fast as I would like. Trying to find my remote to turn my fan up. There we go. Video Games Chronicle says Xbox hits back at UK claims that Call of Duty exclusivity could hurt Sony's ability to compete. The amount of players willing to switch to Xbox for Call of Duty is too small, according to Microsoft. Which, if the quote you can quote mine in the headline is just that it was, quote, too small, that hardly feels like a full force hit back on the idea that exclusivity could hurt Sony. Like, what the headline seems to imply is that Microsoft might be changing its tune. And is implying that they will at some point in the future make it an exclusive, which at some point they might, but I don't think in the next 10 years, 20 years even, that would happen. Like, I just don't see Microsoft making exclusives that way. Microsoft might have exclusives if, say, Sony stopped making consoles altogether, and then the only real competition was Nintendo underpowered consoles or some other new console creator. But as long as there's a PlayStation, they will put games on a PlayStation, unless PlayStation becomes super unpopular. Let's see. Call of Duty was, quote, too small to hurt Sony's ability to compete and too small to make a withholding strategy profitable for Xbox. And this is the corporate VP of Microsoft's competition law group. So she's the lawyer working for it. So Video Games Chronicle has now boiled down to straight up quote mining what lawyers say. And when you're quote mining what lawyers say, you know you've gone too far. Lego says it has a big reveal set for Mario Day presentation. The company will broadcast a Lego Super Mario premiere on March 10th, Mario Day, 2 days from now. Yeah. Definitely seems like they're trying to make a big announcement. I also think I saw that Lego sales are up like 18% as the price and cost of sets have gotten more and more expensive, and the number of pieces and size of sets have gone up and up and up. Meanwhile, I have probably well over a year worth of Lego sets in backlog that I need to actually start putting together. I imagine whatever they announce here is not going to interest me that much. I have no interest in these blockheads characters, which the Lego blockheads concept has been pretty much abandoned outside of Mario anyways. I have no interest in a giant thing like this giant Bowser, or the giant cube, which was the other thing that they released as far as Mario's themed. So unless they were just going to do a minifigure series of Mario characters, which maybe I would get that, but I don't even really collect minifigures. I don't know what I'd really expect here. A giant Princess Peach castle. Alright, that would get my attention. A Yoshi themed something? No, not really. Mario Kart themed things? Yeah, I could see if you could do a Lego Mario Kart themed tracks or something. That might be something interesting to look at there, depending on how they did it. If you did some of the Mario Party like spin-off games, Mario Golf, Mario Punch Out, Mario Boxing, things like that, maybe there would be an idea there. I bet though, if I was just gonna put money down, I would say I'm probably gonna be unimpressed by whatever they announce. Whatever they may announce may be very big though for little kids, which is really what it should be. Like this is like a $200+ set. It just doesn't make sense to make Nintendo themed Lego things that are so expensive. Even like the starter sets for this were too expensive as a concept. And Pokemon is owned by the Pokemon Company, so I don't think they're going to announce Pokemon Lego things coming out on Mario Day. And I doubt they'd announce any other Nintendo thing coming out on Mario's Day. The best thing they could probably announce would be a tie-in where if you buy a Lego set, you get credit to buy some digital game on the Nintendo eShop. Some kind of kickback tie-in would be nice. Moving on, Severchus, I guess is how you'd pronounce that, said they would be there in a second if Kojima called for a Death Stranding 2 track. They contributed the title track for the original game, which, how is this really news, I have to question. Any band would really say, yes, of course we would be back to make a track for a video game, unless they just had a ridiculously bad experience with Kojima, which I don't think any celebrity ever has a bad experience with Kojima, because Kojima loves to rub elbows with celebrities, even if perhaps a band is not the biggest of celebrities that he could rub elbows with. When it rains, it pours as far as the glitchiness of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Apparently, the latest update for Scarlet and Violet is reportedly deleting save files. Pokemon Go functionality is reportedly causing the issue. So, I don't know if the suggestion here is to disconnect or not connect Pokemon Go, or not get the update if you can avoid getting the update. But yeah, these kinds of problems definitely should not be showing up in a first-party Nintendo or second-party Nintendo game like Pokemon, or a kid game like Pokemon in general. If anything, if we could just get kids games to be more simplistic and less buggy, and then adult games, mature rated games, to be more complex and thus maybe a little bit buggy, I'd be happy with that. Moving on, Sony believes PlayStation VR 2 has a good chance of outselling the original, which, let's see, what was the price of the original PlayStation VR? It was almost certainly way less than $550. It should outsell the original, but just because there would be more people willing to dive into VR now than ever before. But the price is going to definitely be the limiting factor there. Panic has announced a Playdate price rise as the handheld gets its own digital store. The cost of the console will increase to $199 in April. This Playdate concept, as far as a desktop toy or gadget, never went anywhere and never really had a chance to go anywhere. Like, there isn't this massive thriving community of people programming hundreds if not thousands of games every day for this Sony Sharp image that's like an e-paper screen but not quite the same technology. Just having one D-pad, two buttons, and a crank is never going to really get you anywhere. And the price, even before the price raise, was ridiculously expensive. Here you can see a list of launch games that came out with it, and I'm not sure that there's or maybe this is the launch games that coming up with the eShop. And yeah, $200 to buy 16 games that range from $1 to $15, averaging probably close to $5 each. So let's see. Some of these are also apps, not games. So 16 times 5, you're talking $90 to own the entire catalog on top of $200 to own the device. That's a problem as far as just how many different games possibly could be made. It's ridiculous that they would think this would work at all. And it definitely was a game device that seemed to imply it was going to be more of a makerspace type STEM project, but it was just too expensive to ever make any sense that way. The screen alone is too expensive for that. If this was open source hardware and anybody could build the playdate, then sell it, there might have been some success there. In fact, that's an interesting thought. If you were a new video game company and you were going to make a Xbox, PlayStation, Switch competitor, making an open source hardware that was standardized, but then anybody anywhere could build it and perhaps sell you a device that would play the same games, would be an interesting twist. Now, of course, some people are going to get cheaper parts than others, and defective counterfeit parts might come into play. And at a certain level, I don't know if game developers would put their games on a console with open source hardware, so that would be an issue too. But yeah, you really can't make a console around the idea of you're going to program your own games. This is yet another great example too. $200 here, $250 would get you the low quality, low level Steam Deck. I think you're getting closer to $500 to get the mid-tier, high quality Steam Deck. So if you're halfway towards a Steam Deck to get something that's a black and white screen, has considerably fewer buttons, and has a lineup of only 16 games, versus having a Steam Deck which can act as a PC when docked and can access a significant portion of all the games you own on Steam already if you're a PC gamer and do own games on Steam. The Steam Deck makes way more sense. Moving on, Take-Two has made a round of layoffs, claims impact on the dev teams is quote minimal. Staff at its private division label and other divisions have been reportedly impacted. I assume this might be some of the people working on Kerbal Space Program. Private division is the publisher of titles including Kerbal Space Program, The Outer Worlds, and Ollie Ollie World, so they laid off publishers, managers, effectively. Private division has unannounced projects in development with Moon Studios, Evening Star, and Yellow Brick Games. Now, it is probably not a terrible assumption to say if you're laying off people at a publisher, one or more of these deals might be affected by that, and these developers may lose contracts, which would mean they wouldn't have money to continue developing their games, or money to finish the games, or pay their employees. Take-Two spokesperson Alan Lewis says the cuts will better align our organization with our long-term priorities, and claims the impact on dev teams is minimal. Let's see. The company said last month the cost reduction program would include personnel, processes, infrastructure, and other areas. At a certain point, though, I think it kind of makes sense that Take-Two as a company and Embracer Group is another company that really should try to streamline its organization more and have some layoffs of middle management in particular. Yeah. Take-Two almost certainly has too many middle managers and a bad process for deciding what games get published and what games get funded. And yeah, it is perhaps a little unfair to draw a dividing line and say middle management and management deserve to be fired and starve on the street. They really won't starve. Almost certainly nobody will actually starve if you were middle management and you were laid off. But yeah, better the middle management get fired and laid off, because they often aren't really doing anything productive or creative or helpful to society at all, or even helpful to the company at all. Better they get laid off than the associate level programmers and developers who are trying to create actual content and products. Moving on, Meta could be exploring a Quest game subscription service. Quest Pass subscription offering was reportedly spotted online. That sort of makes some sense. If you're going to get into VR and pay a lot of money for a VR headset, it does make a lot of sense to potentially get a free 6 months to a year of a subscription service to play the video games, instead of then having to buy the video games separately, which that is just a really big ask. Let's see. March's PlayStation Plus Essential games have been released. Battlefield 2042, Minecraft Dungeons, and Code Vein. I guess that's all of them. Very noticeable here, where you have Video Games Chronicle, which is a UK-based company, choosing to show Battlefield 2042, whereas a Gamatsu probably would have made a screenshot around Code Vein, or shown all three, and perhaps if we were looking at a United States-based company, they might have shown off Minecraft Dungeons and Battlefield 2042, or they may have just done Battlefield 2042. PlayStation 5's latest system update, including Discord support, is rolling out globally. Variable refresh rate support for 1440p has also been added to the PS5. So a little system update. I don't think request a screen share from your friend's profile. Interesting. I kind of like the idea more for kids playing console games. To share their screen to just their friends instead of streaming to like YouTube or something like that, where it becomes totally public. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says GameStop is reportedly canceling all of its in-store Resident Evil 4 Collector's Edition orders. A figure of Leon Kennedy, some DLC, and some other bonuses were included in the package. This might be because of some delay. Almost certainly there's almost always trouble creating decent quality statues and collector's editions, and they usually aren't even that decent quality. And most of these collector's edition stuff is just absolute garbage, not worth spending the massive amount of money around it. But yeah, I imagine this is a fulfillment issue and not that they are getting rid of the RE4 Collector's Edition totally. The biggest twist, I suppose, would be if there was something specifically in this extra DLC pack that they didn't want to include. Like, you can see Leon and Ashley costumes casual, romantic as an option, hero, villain, treasure map expansion, deluxe weapon, the Sentinel 9, and deluxe something else. And then some other pre-order bonuses. Like, the bigger twist is if like the cover art was going to be changed, or the depiction of Leon was going to be changed, and that would be weird, certainly, if that was the case. Moving on, WWE 2K23 My GM mode adds match types title belts in WCW. There you have a picture of an old WCW wrestling event, I assume. So, I guess you're the general manager. This feels like this is very much a management game built into the wrestling experience. Yep, and it really doesn't mean anything to me because I'm not going to play WWE 2K23. Halo Infinite Season 3 is now out. It's adding ray tracing on PC and more. This update adds 3 new maps, a new weapon, and a new piece of equipment. I think they've already said that they were giving up on the idea of Halo Infinite having any more or any story mode content. So it is just this live service game that is going to constantly get maps. I think that's what they've said. So Halo Infinite is whatever it is now and is going to get updates and maybe new maps, but that's all I would really expect from it. It kind of makes sense that Halo Infinite wouldn't have a story mode in it in the first place, but it then doesn't make any sense to have teaser trailers with Master Chief and imply that there is going to be a narrative experience there. Lego Disney is reportedly among several canceled projects at TT Games, Traveler's Tales game. A Lego of Guardians Galaxy title was also reportedly shelved. We know that Warner Brothers, which is the parent company of Warner Brothers Games, which is the parent company, I believe, of TT Games, if not something like that. Warner Brothers in some way owns TT Games, and that's why there's been so many Lego games in the past generation of Lego games around Warner Brothers properties that they had at the time. Harry Potter games and Lord of the Rings Hobbit games, things that were decent matches but not really the matches you would expect. But Warner Brothers has been acquired by AT&T, so I wouldn't be surprised if they shelved a lot of projects for later, but will return to them. Lego games now are really in this second generation system with the remake of Lego Star Wars, and from that level of success, it is from that level of success, they have set themselves in a better path where instead of churning out a Lego game every 6 months, every year, every 2 years, that they're going to take 3 or 4 years. They should take 3 or 4 years. I don't know if they're actually going to do it, to make better Lego games that actually play better and are less buggy and have better comedy and writing and better level design in that new system, like Lego Star Wars. I would like to see a Lego Muppets game. I think that could work very well, and that definitely opens you up to have a lot of extra characters and tell a lot of stories. If you made a Lego Muppets game, you could go through like the Muppets movie 1, 2, 3, 4. You could go through 5 or 6 movies, TV made for TV movies, pretty easily, or you could just make a whole new storyline around it. And Jim Henson, I'm sure, would love to write a whole new storyline around the Muppets. Doing Disney in general, yeah, that'd be great. That's not Warner Brothers properties in either case. I don't think Warner Brothers owns the Muppets. I think Disney owns the Muppets at this point. They own pretty much everything. Or maybe Jim Henson still owns the Muppets. Or his estate does, or his kids do. The Jim Henson Company does. A general Disney Lego game is going to be really big and you're going to have to put your best foot forward. A Guardians of the Galaxy game, I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy is a little bit more adult oriented, so that's not the best match anyways. Apparently they were also looking for a mobile port of Lego Worlds, which canceling that makes a lot of sense. Also, a non-Lego shooter featuring Warner Brothers characters such as Rick and Morty and the DC universe of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman has also been canceled. It's been claimed. I'm wondering if this is all from like somebody like Jeff Grubb, who is making all these claims. The idea of canceling anything with Rick and Morty makes a lot of sense. The idea of taking a bunch of random DC Universe characters in one game didn't work when it was a fighting game, and so it really wouldn't work any better as a shooter. I don't know why TT Games though would have even been involved in that. That's probably just a Warner Brothers game. Project Marley was to feature characters from Disney's biggest animated properties, including Frozen, the Muppets. I guess Disney does own the Muppets at this point. Toy Story, Winnie the Pooh, Nightmare Before Christmas, and more. The game would have seen players explore Diablo-like dungeons, according to the report. Well, that sounds like a dumb idea. I mean, I'd like to see their pitch on that, certainly, and maybe they could sell me on that, but oh man, the last thing I think I want to do is play as Kermit in a Diablo-like game where you're just attacking over and over again. It feels like it would be really, really kid-friendly and watered down, and just I don't see the vast amount of clicking and violence that you would have in a Diablo-like making any sense with Winnie the Pooh or the Muppets or even Frozen. Like, if you have the characters doing violent actions like that, you have to be extremely careful on that idea. And it kind of works in the Lego games because you're just smashing other Lego characters into little Lego studs. But once you start to make it more realistic than that, it feels very awkward. And I don't know if Disney really would want to go down that route. Game lost Disney Dreamlight Valley. The project lost direction and was cancelled after 4 years of work is another claim. The part they're not saying here almost certainly is that it's very possible that there's over a dozen Lego games at some level of development or pre-development, if you want to use that phrase, at TT Games. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they have a lot more still in development, and these were just the bottom of the barrel pitches. None of these game concepts really blow my socks off. As somebody who has played a lot of Lego games, I just don't think they're going to be friendly for kids or adult fans of Lego. They are pointing out here that Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, they missed a word there, was released in April and smashed launch records for all previous Lego console games. It sold 3.2 million units globally in its first 2 weeks and exceeded sales records across every platform region in addition. I wonder what the sales number is now. I would hope it would have been somewhere close to 10-20 million, if not higher. But you also have to admit that Lego games are kids' games, and they are a niche kid game on top of that, so wouldn't be surprised if it actually did top out somewhere around 10-15 million units. Moving on, Nintendo has released a Bayonetta Origins demo on the Switch eShop. Progress made in the demo will carry out to the full game, which releases next week. Wow. I am shocked that the game is coming out next week. I kind of had forgotten about Bayonetta Origins. after the first couple of weeks of its announcement. Um, Bayonetta Origins has you playing as Cesare, or Cereza, yeah, her name's Cereza, as a little girl. So, it's this weird catch-22 where you run, you're looking at the storyboard prequel to Bayonetta, a character who's notoriously sexualized and drawn in a sexual way, and then you have the little girl version of her, and she is in not high heels with guns, but flats that have wraps around her legs, and then high stockings, and then you have thighs showing on what can only be described as a short skirt. And then she has like this long braided, I guess, ribbon instead of having the long hair. It just doesn't, it definitely seems like you're coming from two different aspects. The game itself, Bayonetta Origins, is almost certainly going to feel like a game for little kids. So let's say you get the demo and play it and you're a little kid. Are you then really going to be allowed by your parents, if they're good parents, to play Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3, where she's doing stripper pole dances and getting almost completely naked when doing her hair attack? This is a demon summoning hair attack equivalent, but it's like vines this time. So yeah, if you're a little kid and you get into Bayonetta Origins, you can't play any of the other Bayonetta games. If you're more likely an adult who is a fan of Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3, why would you want to see Bayonetta as a little kid? Yeah. It's just like completely at odds as a concept, and has been from day one. I don't want to say I want to see this game fail, but unfortunately that's almost exactly what I have to say, is I want this game to fail, because this concept just does not work. Like, if this concept succeeds, then basically a foundational understanding of video games and video game audiences, or Bayonetta's audience, confuses me. Interesting that this video is not playing. Wonder why that's the case. But yeah. It kind of has to fail. In the same way that the Travis Strikes Again kind of needs to fail. Let's see. Yeah. See if that fixes it. Nope. Something about my ad blocker. It's blocking this video in particular. Let me just check. See if that's the case. Nope. Alright, well, I'll experiment with that later and figure out why this specific preview video is not playing. But yeah, I think when a game just gets so far off its center, it kind of has to fail. Normally I do want to see video games succeed, but I just can't make any sense of this at all that makes any sense. There was a anime in the 80s called Oh My Goddess, which was an adult direct-to-video video where this pathetic loser gets a goddess to become his wife, basically, and domestic servant. And it was very much an adult lewd fantasy fulfillment video. It was somewhat popular. So what they did is then they made a TV series and eventually a movie called Oh My Goddess. So it went from AH to OH. And in Oh My Goddess, it was more, we're going to tease the line and be a little lewd, but we're not going to go full into the adult nature of it. So there was a little bit of a pivot and a lot more success with Oh My Goddess. Well, eventually, they decided that it was so successful, and this is a very 80s, 90s era anime thing to do, is just keep on making more and more of the same thing, where they made Adventures of the Mini Goddesses, in which they took the harem now of, in Oh My Goddess, they eventually added like 3 kind of girlfriend harem girl anime girls. They took that harem of 3 goddesses and they converted them into chibi, very small miniature characters, kind of like the little people, the littles, or the borrowers, and they're running around having little kid-friendly adventures, and all the lewdness was completely removed at that point in Adventures of the Mini Goddesses. That was definitely an awkward journey. And that's kind of the same feeling I'm having here, where you really just can't have characters that are super popular and then put them in drastically different positions and narratives and types of stories. It just breaks believability. One thing I would say about Oh My Goddess is, even though they do introduce 2 other goddesses, I'm not sure the other 2 goddesses really were romantic interests. They were more sisters and of the first character, so it kind of wasn't a harem show. I'll take that back, try and remember the series a little bit better. I'm looking over to the left of me, since all those DVDs of that anime series is on my shelf, just to remind myself. Moving on. I'm moving incredibly slow today. PlayStation 5 marks its biggest ever month in Japan, with sales up 450%. It's the first time Sony's console has outsold Nintendo Switch in the region. Yep, we've been following the numbers, and the numbers have been very, very good for PlayStation 5. Now, arguably, maybe not so good on the software sales, so if you could ever get that internal number as far as how much profit is Sony really getting as far as its hardware and software combined sales, it may be that they're losing money, because you tend to lose money on hardware equipment, although maybe not so much for the PS5 and the Xbox Series game consoles. But it kind of doesn't even matter. Perceived success in the stock markets around the world is way better than even actual success, and that is what they have gained here, is a perception of success that will build up Sony's stock prices and will also build up the fanboyism amongst Sony players, who will then create a echo chamber to promote more people buying PlayStations and more people buying PlayStation games, which will create an echo chamber to promote more developers making PlayStation games. Starfield release has been delayed until September. A showcase is scheduled for June. The game was initially planned to be released during the first half of this year, so they pushed it back to September now, which, I mean, that's just straight up pushing it towards a Black Friday Christmas time, which makes sense. The hope is with this delay that they're fixing bugs, and that Starfield is just the beginning of a whole new generation of Bethesda games with a better engine, way fewer bugs, just a better experience overall. It would be nice if Starfield was the next Skyrim and was somehow 2-3 times as good as Skyrim, in the sense that it's just not buggy and it's just not empty. That being said, when you even look at the screenshot, this very much feels like a Skyrim screenshot, and it's in that you can walk to that mountain, you can walk to the top of that mountain, but is there much of anything in between here in these peaks of mountains? It looks like there might be some kind of alien dinosaur creature. It looks like there's foliage that maybe you can harvest the foliage, maybe you don't. There's some foggy sections, maybe there's something hidden in that. But overall, I'm not seeing a city, I'm not seeing people, I'm not seeing caves, I'm not seeing dungeons, I'm not seeing giant enemies to fight. Unless this is a giant enemy to fight. It would be kind of funny, but not a terrible idea if somehow they could find a way to make Starfield a game where you walked a lot more and shot arrows and shot at enemies a lot less. That's not a very interesting experience, but if you could make Skyrim into a walking simulator and get rid of some of the grinding and fighting the random nonsense characters that just randomly spawn, that might be a better experience. If individual fights were way more impactful and you actually had a reason why people were attacking you, might be a better experience. What Starfield can do now and Skyrim could do then is really optimize its gameplay time and not just try and stretch it out for 200, 400 hours. Because there's no value in making a Skyrim 2 that people play for thousands upon thousands of hours. Like, yes, people still stretch out games, but they don't need to stretch it out as much as Skyrim stretched it out in the day. People will not, most gamers, I don't think at this point, are buying video games based on the amount of hours. See, and that video played fine, so Starfield also has the possibility to optimize in that the on a surface elements of the game may not be as long, may not need to be as long as the rest of the game. Most of this present announcement is not even footage. Like, it's very possible that you would spend only 5 minutes, maybe an hour on the surface of this planet, investigate a little bit, then get back in your ship and leave. Moving on. We have 2 more Video Games Chronicles articles. Microsoft claims it can get Call of Duty Warzone and Modern Warfare 2 running natively on the Switch. Microsoft cites Apex Legends and Fortnite as examples of similar titles running on the system. They also specifically said that the Activision companies that own Activision, that owns Warzone and Modern Warfare 2, has a long history of optimizing their product, which at a certain level everybody has a long history of optimizing their product, so that's not saying that much. Yeah. I imagine there really could be no compromise that's too big to make to get Call of Duty Warzone and Modern Warfare 2 running natively on the Switch, and natively may not even really be that necessary because, let's just face it, both of these are online focused games. I'm not sure they even have single player concepts, so you're going to have to be connected to the internet anyways. So maybe it won't be a case where you're streaming 100% of the gameplay content, but it very possibly is. It could be a 50-50 experience. But yeah, they'll get it done. It may not play well, but it'll get done. Microsoft has stated its summer Xbox Game Showcase. The event will take place on June 11th. Looking at this screenshot, assuming this is a new screenshot, we can kind of tell where the focus is. You've got 3 Halo characters, it looks like. You have an Xbox green here, which maybe means nothing, but probably does mean something because the Xbox logo is not really green anymore. You have some red over here that might mean something, and then almost have like a completely different type of blue. Then you have like these circles that aren't full these arcs that aren't full arcs. So yeah, that definitely seems to be mostly Halo. Could they get away with announcing a new Halo game? Probably not. They're probably just gonna promote the heck out of Halo Infinity Season 3. But yeah, does seem like they are going to plan for some big announcements. I wouldn't be surprised if they really would like to get the Activision Blizzard merger going and then focus heavily on that instead. I hope they don't announce a new console. That would kind of suck, but it might not hurt either. Like, we really should get to a point where there's a better way to upgrade consoles. Just put more RAM in them, potentially more hard drive space. But CPU and GPU limitations are still very high. It's a little crazy, considering how expensive consoles are now, that they don't just go ahead and try and make an $800 to $900. This is a PC, but in console format, where you can plug in any NVIDIA or AMD or ATI graphics card into a PCI Express slot, and it would just work inside the console. Or you could potentially remove the CPU and put in a new CPU, which that wouldn't really work. Neither one of those things really works, because then you're just selling a pre-built PC. But honestly, they should be selling a Xbox Series X themed pre-built PC with many SKUs like Apple does with their Apple desktop PCs, and just have that like be custom ordered on their website only, and have multiple builds with multiple amounts of RAM, and 3 or 4 different types of CPU, and then it comes with a special skin to make Windows 11 look like an Xbox console, and it comes with a controller, but still really is just running Windows 11. Let's see, moving on, we're now going through the Gematsu articles. Across the Valley launches April 6th. I think we had already talked about that. An action RPG game called Woken Lords of Mayhem is coming to, looks like, everything except for the Switch on March 15th, alongside an Act 4 update. It might already be on PC, yeah. Let's see. So we can check it out on Steam here. Action RPG game. Either this is a game I looked at and skipped as kind of a Diablo clone, or skipped because it's mixed reviewed. Most recently, in the past 30 days, it's kind of positively reviewed. This might be a case where they slowly improved it. It's got some online server issues, apparently. Or at least it did. I'm going to put this on the follow list and give it a chance to maybe fix its server connectivity issues. Of course, it also is very possible that this is just a game that that is trying to sell on other consoles to make a little bit more money, and then they'll stop supporting it. I also don't inherently love the idea of adding more content in an Act 4, because that really does feel like everybody up until this point has just really been pre-ordering the game or playing an early access version of the game. Let's see. Sherlock Holmes The Awakened remake launches April 11th. I feel like they delayed that. Frogwares did a couple of weeks ago. Maybe it was a month ago even. Paradox Interactive and Harebrained Schemes announces a turn-based strategy game, The Lamplighters League, for Xbox Series and PC. This was one of the announcements they made. It looks like an XCOM style game with a different art style, so there might be something to it if it is single player. I don't know if I want really to play strategy positional placement games ever, though. It really is one style of game that I've never been interested in. Paradox Interactive and Paradox Tectonic announced a life simulation game called Life by You, which this, I believe, is a Sims clone, as crazy as that sounds. Although, in fairness, it is kind of crazy that there aren't more Sims clones. If you have one game that is successful, you would think that there would be at least a consistent number 2 competitor. The number one thing here is if this game plays 90% like The Sims and costs significantly less than all the DLC nonsense that The Sims and EA sells, I could see Sims fans jumping ship and playing Life by You in droves, because there is a ridiculous amount of DLC around The Sims. Now, the second controversy certainly around The Sims would be that The Sims seems to really push and promote like more of the woke LGBTQ plus stuff. I don't think too many people that play The Sims care about that being added or included. If anything, they probably like it, except for then they don't add that stuff to foreign countries where it would be illegal, so they're really not sticking to their guns. I think the vast majority of people are more upset about the cost for expansions, and a lot of expansions really not adding much content. Hogwarts Legacy for the PS4 and Xbox One has been delayed to May 5th, no longer coming out in April 4th. This is a great example of where Gamatsu just does way better with the headlines. Instead of trying to clickbait people or just doing a bad job in general on the headlines, they actively tell you it's been delayed to this date before the fold, before the screenshot, and it was on this date. Two very important pieces of information that I would prefer not have to scroll down to read. Then, of course, Gamatsu also really just gets to the point and only writes 2 or 3 sentences when only 2 or 3 sentences is needed. By far, Gamatsu is a way better website as far as its formatting and what it displays. Although, in all fairness, if we are actually talking about formatting, then there still is a massive amount of other things, as is often the case, or almost always the case, as far as websites go. And so I still have to block out a lot of that to get just to the important information. City Skylines 2 has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. We already talked about that. Guilty Gear Strive for Xbox Series 1 and Xbox One. Xbox Series and Xbox One and Windows is now available. It's also available via Game Pass. This was the latest game in the Guilty Gear series that Bill Clinton was attacking in 1999. Yep. I don't think there's anything else to say there, though. Project MBR Kickstarter campaign has been launched if you're interested in supporting this mech-looking game. It's seeking 25 million yen in funding, which is probably 250,000 US dollars, if I'm doing the math right, which really isn't that much. The Library of Babel is launching April 7th, seemingly for everything. It's a stealth platformer journey. I feel like this is a game I would have heard about before, but so yeah, you're doing some adventure elements, you're stealthing around, maybe talking to people. It does kind of feel a little bit like that game. Well, one of those Prince of Persia style games more than anything. Out of This World. It feels a lot like Out of This World. Of course, the problem with these types of games is that they make kind of this cinematic experience that doesn't quite always play well as a game. The repetitiveness of a video game can really hurt the cinematic experience that you're trying to deliver. But yeah, this definitely feels like there's a video game here. But I wouldn't be surprised if I really hated the stealth aspects the most around all of this. Well, that looks interesting. Let's see. A Front Mission 2 remake launches June 12th for the Switch. Let's see. Revitalized classic with updated visuals and new features and enhancements. Front Mission. Looking like it is a mech robot game too. And I guess it's only for the Switch. It's not a first party title from Nintendo. I guess one question would be, is there a Front Mission 1 remake on the Switch? Let's see. Game Pass adds Guilty Gear Strive, Valheim, Ni no Kuni 2, Revenant Kingdom, and more in mid-March. Let's see. Guilty Gear Strive, Dead Space 2, Dead Space 3 with EA Play, Valheim, Sid Meier's Civ 6, Ni no Kuni, Prince's Edition, Revenant Kingdom, Fallout 76 Mutation Invasion, No Man's Sky Fractal Update, Halo Infinite Season 3, Sea of Thieves, The Force and Fortunes, and 5th Anniversary Celebration. Yeah, it's a decent lineup, but not anything amazing. And then you're losing F1 2020, Goat Simulator, Kentucky Route Zero, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Paradise Killer, those two maybe worth playing, Undertale, worth playing, Young Souls, and then Zero Escape to Nonary games, which, yeah. I wonder how long a lot of these were even on the Game Pass in the first place. Was it 6 months, 6 weeks, 2 years? I didn't realize this, but apparently you get 20% off your purchase of a game while it is in the Game Pass. So there seems to be a system in which you can buy a game even though you're getting to play it for free through the Game Pass to permanently own it. And I bet not that many people really take people up on that offer. That being said, 20% off is still probably far, far away from the 30 to potentially 50 to potentially 98% off you can get some games on Steam. Steam really is the better offer. Let's see. Former Riot Games executive have established a new studio called the Believer Company to develop next-generation open-world games. It's founded by Michael Cho, or Mikhail Cho, Stephen Snow, and more. Believer, with an underlining "We Believe in Games" as a title. I don't think Believer is really the greatest name for a game company. And honestly, it feels like this is almost a "We Believe Women" statement in naming your new character, which wasn't there. I mean, I really would have to do some research I don't want to bother to do at the moment, but I'm fairly certain that there were accusations or proven accusations of sexual misconduct at Riot Games. So, yeah, I think this is probably a message, much in the same way that there was a company called Fulbright, and then people who got mad at the person in charge of Fulbright left and created a company called Dimbulb. I think there's a message being sent here. It's gotten a bunch of $55 million in Series A funding from a bunch of investment people. Yeah. If this is supposed to be "We Believe Women," then Michael or Michelle Cho here. I assume that's a male name. Stephen Snow, I assume, is male. Landon McDonald is male, I assume. I'm going to assume all of these. Jeremy sounds male. Tim sounds male. Shankar Gupta Harrison, probably male. Grace Parker, female, possibly. And then Jeff Jew, male. So it seems like there is literally one female amongst this leadership team. So if they are selling themselves as being pro-women or believe all women, they have inherently failed to hire in its upper management women. You know what's more of a problem, come to think of it? Because I'm taking this as a hashtag #MeToo believe all women response. What if this was taken as a Christian or highly religious of some religion company? Believer would make a lot of sense in that case too. Which I have said in the past, it would be interesting to see high quality Christian or religious games made, but inherently most religions are designed in such a way that they promote and focus on kids and adults, only focusing in on their religions, and thus they have this kind of natural animosity to any other form of entertainment. I don't want to say fiction, but fiction in general. Most religions have an animosity to that. But so we've never really seen any high quality video games with religious imagery in it made from a Western company. And if you do see religious imagery, it's almost Japanese, almost always Japanese games borrowing from Christianity, dogma in a very light way, like Bayonetta, and doing it in a very artsy fartsy way, not trying to actually proselytize or preach to anybody. We have seen a couple of like garbage type Christian games back in the NES era, but that was about it. There's Noah's Ark 3D is about the most recent and relevant Christian game out there, and we get some meme games where you see Jesus or play as Jesus, but they're jokes and they're just memes. They're not really trying to do something like that. And definitely in Christianity, there's enough stories in the Bible to make a game around the events of the Bible fairly accurately. But yeah, nobody wants to stir up that bee's nest. But that does definitely highlight yet another problem of naming your company Believer. even this logo does kind of have that feeling of religiosity to it. But then you have alien sheep and alien girl with staff. Yeah. If I was to make any bet, I would say the Believer Company changes its name in less than 2 years. Let's see. Moving on, the Origami studio Lindsay Works is going to shut down. The economic context was not favorable and we ran out of time. Origami is a decent series of games. I'll have to check to see if I own Origami 1 or 2. Let's see if we can find it on Steam. Here. Come on. That took forever to load. Man, nothing wants to load at the moment. So Origami 2, you can see, is mostly positive. Very positive in the last 30 days. And it's on my wish list as a game I would like to buy. So perhaps I should rush to buy it while Lindsay Works is potentially shutting down. Yeah. Although at a certain point it kind of doesn't matter. As a video game critic, my main move is to give consumer advice. And if it is a case where consumer advice is you can't play these games because they're no longer available, then there's just no advice really I could give. Like, you can kind of see, even though nothing's loading here, why a company like this would have failed. In that you have Origami that came out and I never bought it in 2016. Then you have the, let's see, Nightfall DLC that came out in 2018 for the first game. I never bought that, obviously, because I didn't buy the first game. And then you have a full-blown sequel in 2021. So you have 3 releases, excluding the DLC, that are all around one character that would have had only, or one property, one title, one game series that would have had a certain level of success at best, but wouldn't have attracted any new people when you put out DLC at all, which that again is a problem with DLC instead of just making a sequel. But even the sequel is not really going to attract new people. If we can see if we can get Origami 1 to load. Don't think the graphics are too drastically different between 1 and 2 either. In part, this might be somewhat limited as a game just because it's a mostly stealth experience, and I'm not sure that many people really like stealth games. Clearly 8,934 people reviewed Origami 1, so yeah, you've got some big numbers there, but that's not the, it's not the 10 million reviews you'd like, or the 100,000 reviews you'd like. Let's see, moving on, Metal Hellsinger DLC Dream of the Beast has been announced, due out March 29th. Now, Metal Hellsinger, if I'm thinking correctly, is a rhythm game. It's like a first-person shooter game. You have 2 people here I guess, putting out some new soundtrack and music around that. There was this also like rock opera game, but that's kind of older. Yeah. Metal Hellsinger is a fast-paced, you have to shoot on the beat concept of a game that is overwhelmingly positive, but also not something I could play, and that's why it's not on the wish list, because I just don't have rhythm. Here you can see multiple artists contributing to the heavy metal music. Guess if you're not a fan of heavy metal, you probably wouldn't want to play Metal Hellsinger either. And certainly, you really wouldn't make a Doom-esque shooter on the beat rhythm game around like classic music or something like that. You could potentially have a Metal Hellsinger 2 if you got more artists. You could have death metal, you could have black metal, you could have all the variants around metal. But even if you started to just lean closer towards general rock and roll or pop music, that really wouldn't work, in that it just audio wise would not sound good, I imagine. It would be interesting if you could make a different kind of game where you're on different you're playing on different beats. We know Parappa the Rapper is around the idea of rapping, so same concept, but yeah, taking an action or having a quick time event effectively around slower music is probably not going to work, and as a concept it could be played out very quickly. But yeah, I could definitely see them engaging with more artists if the artists want to make new music for a video game or use their old music for a video game. Moving on, a first-person psychological horror game called Someday You'll Return Director's Cut is now available for the PS4, PS5, and PC. It's an enhanced version of the 2020 release title. And this creates a weird situation, certainly, where this kind of looks interesting, but it's really irrelevant. So, this came out yesterday, though. Maybe there was an original version of this. See if we can find an original version of this listed. Or maybe they took it down. Not a big fan of the idea of taking down original versions, unless you're giving the original version and the director's cut versions. You can see this publisher, developer, had a whole chain here of Arma games that were mixed. As we scroll up in history, more of their games tended to get reviewed a little bit better, but not all of them. Arma Tactics, mostly negative. They definitely have far too many mixed games. Half of these are like point and click adventure games too, and they shouldn't be mixed reviewed at that quality, or that type of game. And then they have like Daisy, which is mostly positive, and in comparison you can see it has nearly 300,000 reviews, so that's probably about as much as you could ever hope for as far as reviews. So this is a psychological horror game that may be a little bit more like a point and click adventure game than it really seems like it, and this might be them attempting to hit back on some of their older games and remaster them. I bet they couldn't really do much with a lot of the Armor games, but I could see them redoing Memento Mori, which means remember you will die, or something like that. No, I think that's Memento Morte. Maybe not. I don't remember what it means. So yeah, there might be something interesting around that. But it is kind of weird to... Oh, I guess they're just saying it's now available. That, yeah. I thought they were releasing it for consoles when it hadn't even been really released for anything else. I'm losing mental focus here. A co-op side-scrolling beat-em-up game called Rah Rah Boom has been announced for PC. Okay. I'm not sure I 100% love this art style, but there might be something to this. Certainly, it's maybe a little inconsistent in the character designs. The actual gameplay looks like it is more of a Plants vs. Zombies kind of tower defense game or a side-scrolling beat-em-up game. I'm not sure which. Yep. If anything, I guess I like that there is some variety here on what it is, but it does seem like it is also more co-op focused. So yeah, it is a side-scrolling beat-em-up game. But yeah, it probably isn't going to be as appealing as like a Ninja Turtles beat-em-up game, but this allows the game creators to create 4 characters of their own that they don't have to license and make their own experience. They have a variety of 4 different characters that attack in 4 very different ways as they're running around beating up things. These are the kind of games that potentially are kind of hard to play and review, because since the entirety of it is just beating up people, there isn't a lot of criticisms. If I was to say, get the Simpsons game, which I don't believe is on Steam, unfortunately, the Simpsons arcade game. If I was to get that and play that, which I would potentially do, all I'm going to say is, I'm beating up people now. Here's a boss. I'm beating up the boss. Here's possibly a trick to beating up this boss. There's not that much of a strategy, or any strategy, around something, a game like that. So it's hard to be a critic around that idea. This one has a to be announced time, but I'm going to make an exception and put it on the fall list. Postal 4 No Regrets is coming to the PS5 and PS4 on March 21st, currently available on PC. The only thing that really needs to be mentioned here, though, is I don't believe anybody liked Postal 4. Well, I guess I was wrong. Over time, it's managed to get to 75% mostly positive. In the last 30 days, though, it's been 53%. Generally, from what I recall, is that this was pretty much just a low effort, let's throw something out there that's named Postal and would sell based on a postal name. They spent, I know, a decent amount of time trying to develop Postal 4 for a while, and then it seems like they very possibly just gave up on it. You can definitely see this feels almost like a mobile game, and you're just running around causing mayhem and just doing ridiculous nonsense stuff. Postal as a series much like Duke Nukem as a series, is just not not something that's really going to work that well. Postal Redux here came out in 2016, and that's the remake of Postal 1, or Postal for free. Noticeably, Postal 3 is missing, and I suspect that's because Postal 3 was even worse than Postal 4. But yeah, you really would have had to experienced the original Postal games for it to really make sense. Postal Brain Damaged is a new action-oriented take on Running with Scissors cult game series with throwback graphics. So, looks a lot like Quake then. Which, you know, it follows the rules, so I'll put it on the wish list, but yeah, I definitely don't feel like I probably would play the Postal games ever. They are somewhat relevant, but the relevancy is very quickly being reduced. And once you get away from like Postal Redux here, where it is that top-down GTA style, well, this is more of an isometric perspective, but it is a zoomed out style GTA style game where it's cartoony violence. Once you start to make that 3D and more in your face, it loses a lot of its fandom or its appeal, because it just becomes a little too real or a little too not real. Let's just show what the original Postal looks like versus the Redux. Yeah, the number of pixels in the original version is just so small that it just does not feel anything like Postal 4. Let's see. Run back here and just once again compare what the actual game looks like for 4. Full first person perspective in this case. Definitely does not feel like the same kind of game. Anyways, I need to move on. Rogue Spirit is now available for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Which, yeah, I don't even know what this is. Good news is these games do seem like they're loading back. This is more of a roguelike action game. Play the ghost of a prince. Okay. It's at 77%, so there is an argument to saying no to this, but it is mostly positive, so I'll put this on the wish list. This came out March 7th too, which arguably maybe I shouldn't put things on the wish list just because it's mostly positive in the one day it's been out on Steam. But also, if it has over 30 reviews in one day, then it's moving very fast as far as the number of reviews. The Mage Seeker, a League of Legends story, launches April 18th. I am going to leave that at that because I don't think I'm interested in playing any League of Legends games for fear they would push me into playing League of Legends, which I just don't think I have time for. Although in all fairness, if I was going to play a game instead of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, League of Legends might make some sense to get me more views, but it would take forever to play, and I would just not pay attention, and I would end up feeding for the enemy on accident. And I'd probably get booted very quickly playing some professional esports game like League of Legends. Moving on, Grim Grimoire Once More demo is now available in the West if you want to check that out. It's for the PS4, PS5, and Switch. Grim Grimoire Once More is a real-time strategy, like castle management game, if I recall correctly. Let's see if the trailer can better explain it. Like, just kind of ignore this animation style and the live 2D blinking animation and ignore the visual novel stuff, because none of that really is the gameplay. Nope. It's not a single bit of gameplay shown in that trailer. I think almost all the gameplay is what happens in the background here. Moving on, the Famitsu review scores for issue 1788 are available. Motto Anomalies, Wolong Fallen Dynasty, and more scored. I assume this would be Motto Anomalies, because this doesn't look like Wulong. Let's see, Motto Anomalies giving a 29 out of 40, particularly low. Saviors of Sapphire Wings for the Switch getting 29 out of 40. Stranger of Sword City Revisited 29 out of 40. So this game could be any of those and very poorly reviewed. Although in all fairness, it does feel like there's about 2 extra reviewed games here this week. Wild Hearts, on the other hand, is 35 out of 40. Did they ever review Atomic Heart? It would be interesting to see if Famitsu did review that. Wild Hearts, 35 out of 40. Wulong Fallen Dynasty, 36 out of 40. And if anything, I would say that game in particular, Wulong, has been much poorly reviewed, a lot worse in the West than Famitsu reviewed it, which maybe just means that Wulong really appeals to Asian people, or just has a better Japanese translation, or something like that. Like, we'd really have to do a much bigger deep dive to figure out what's going on there. Sword Art Online Last Recollection launches October 5th in Japan and October 6th worldwide. I don't even know why you would do a single day delay at that point. What kind of game is it? JRPG, which makes sense. It's been removed by the uploader. Has this one been removed by the uploader? Let's not show that for fear of content ID claims. So this is based on Sword Art Online, but some later spin-off or series of it, because I don't recognize these characters on the sides here. I do obviously recognize these 2 characters, who are typically the main characters, although in all fairness, this guy's really the main character, and this is the love interest that's often kidnapped or missing for a lot of the series. Moving on, PlayStation 5 system software update is now available. We had already talked about that, so we don't need to cover it again. Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon demo, we had talked about that before. See, when they first announced this, they had her doing this kind of ballerina dancing pose, and I guess that's where this outfit comes from, but it's still, yeah. I guess in general, if I had a little girl in ballet and I would probably be a little uncomfortable with a little girl in ballet in a short tutu that is not covering up her thighs or legs, which is most of the time what the hoop skirts are in ballet, is that they literally are highlighting the thighs and legs and the movements and the flow there. In a lot of ways, ballet is really coming from a kind of weird perspective that comes off creepy to a lot of people, like in that it is. I just think a lot of ballet people are not thinking that way, particularly the little girls who are often prepubescent before they even start ballet, that they just are dancing around and having fun. But when you look at it from a perverted adult's mind, you're like, oh yeah, we've got all these characters. A lot of them are underage girls, and most of them, even if they are over the age of consent, are so malnourished that they're underdeveloped uh, as far as secondary sexual organs, sexual traits, and they're in this skin tight outfits, showing off their movement, showing off how flexible they are, doing what is close to stripper moves. But yeah, I guess I gave this game, when looking at this screenshot, a little bit more credit than looking at this screenshot. Which is probably, you're going to see more of this in the game than this. But yeah. I wouldn't go as far as to say I don't suggest any parents put their kids in ballet. It's probably a great way if they're motivated to make them more physically active. But I definitely wouldn't put them in ballet for very long. And I would definitely keep an eye out, because there are definitely a lot of predators in the activities of ballet. And not just predators of a sexual nature. There's predators that are just using and abusing the kids physically and mentally, or over exerting their bodies and hurting them. Ballet inherently is probably not a safe activity to do for very long before you ruin your feet, ruin your toes. It's basically dangerously close to foot binding. Moving on, Wargroove 2 has been announced for Switch and PC. Chucklefish's strategy game returns. What does Wargroove look like? Well, none of the pictures want to load. Let's reload the page and see if that fixes that. It's one of those days where the internet doesn't want to move fast, but I'm not dropping frames, anything like that, so I don't know what's going on. And all those screenshots really did not give me a good idea of what's going on as far as this type of games. So it's an RPG game, turn-based, fight versus fight, groups of fighters versus groups of fighters. Okay. Well, I think I get the general idea of what this is. Let's see if we can find Wargroove 1 and see how well that was received on Steam. It's received very positively. It has online player versus player. This is probably a game I just totally missed and didn't think about. But even looking at this, it still really doesn't feel like a game I'd want to play. Yep. While my first instinct would be to put this on the fall list, my second instinct really is to say no to it. I'm going to stick with that second instinct. Just not a game for me. Legend of Heroes Trials into Reverie characters trailers available. Here you can see a large collection of CGI anime characters. Um, which, okay, watch this trailer if you're interested. Again, that might get content ID'd. Wayfinder has an extended gameplay trailer, and PAX East 2023 plans have been announced. Wayfinder. Let's see what this gameplay trailer looks like. Yeah, the very hard body barbarian lady. What's funny here is I feel like this game had already come out, but obviously it hadn't, so I must be thinking of a different game. Definitely feels like a somewhat high action experience, although it could also be that we're just seeing the best of the best and there's actually just a lot of fighting low level, mid level characters. It does have this kind of feel of science and guns and also barbarian characters. And there just showed us different armor sets, which I assume means there's probably some collectibles around this. Yep. In a lot of ways, this feels like this is what you would do if you were going to make a modern World of Warcraft game. Is have something that looks a lot like this, just ABXY style abilities, lots of heads-up displays, maps, and much more zoomed in visuals, more of a focus around 4 players playing together than giant leagues of players working together. All kinds of city shops and things to upgrade. Well, this looks interesting enough as far as a coming soon game. And it's not interesting just because you have a hard body abbed lady, but that certainly doesn't hurt either. And metal and glowing magic and guns all helps too, to have enough variety for potentially a long playing game. Now, if it is like World of Warcraft in which you just play it forever, then I'm out at that point anyways. I would only play a game with a single player experience that ended. As a critic, that's the only kind of game I could really criticize very effectively. Moving on, a pixel art adventure game called Bilkin's Folly launches in 2023 for the PS4, PS5, Switch, and PC. You go on a treasure hunting, island hopping adventure with your dog. It's an interesting art style. It feels almost like a French comic strip, comic book art style. It's interesting to see something different every now and then, although that cover art is then just replaced with a very zoomed out pixely art style, so that doesn't look terrible, but that doesn't look amazing either. The idea of dragging your dog along on a Zelda-like adventure is an interesting thought. Particularly if the dog is not particularly helpful, which it looks like that might be the case in this instance. Seems like we've hit a point too where we're getting announcements. I know the Tokyo Game Show is going to be just around the corner, so we probably will get more announcements, particularly of Japanese in nature games, which noticeably for all the Gamatsu articles we've seen today, not really any visual novels or more Japanese-centric, Japanese-style games in either the animation or the theme. Starfield delayed, we already talked about, so I don't think we need to cover that again. And then our last Gamatsu article, Xbox Game Showcase for June 11th. It's just not anything more to say there. Alright, so that means we can try to burn through all the games that came out on Steam in the past couple days as quickly as possible. Here we have a hidden object game. We'll make a YouTube short around that. Here we have a game called Game Collecting Simulator, which looks like it's just a couple of anime characters and backgrounds in a visual novel game type experience. I don't think there's enough variety here, really. Not enough different poses, not enough different characters, and the general idea of being a game collector wouldn't really be that interesting alone as a visual novel, and there is just no simulator aspect really to this game. They're just looking for key buzzwords to use. Maiden Kingdom is an adult game, so let's blur that out. It's an RPG game with some demons and succubus characters, and they actually are floating around on little islands and fighting. So it's not, I think, so much a dungeon crawler, although there might be a dungeon crawler aspect, but it might be actual, like, small open world platform fighting. If anything, it kind of feels like there might be 2 or 3 games all merged together in here, so there might be a lack of polish. It's kind of hard to tell. They call it a hentai RPG visual novel set in a fantasy kingdom filled with monsters, mystery, and horny maidens as a description. It's $4.99. It's English only with full audio. 25 plus adult scenes, NSFW storyline, boob bouncing physics. It doesn't look amazing, but it doesn't look terrible. And it definitely feels like it's definitely more ambitious in parts, as far as just they're trying to make a game here. That being said, it still does kind of feel like it is potentially just 2 or 3 games merged together and then they slap some adult content on top of it. But even at that, having something that is more of a 3D RPG game instead of just a basic simplistic jigsaw puzzle game or slide puzzle game or just a visual novel alone is the kind of ambition I'd like to see more adult game developers embrace. This is just a jigsaw puzzle game. Should I make YouTube shorts around jigsaw puzzle games? Not when it's just 30 puzzles. I think that's a line I'm not willing to cross. Is that you need to have at least 100 puzzles or be really, really cheap, less than even 99 cents, if you're going to have less than 100 puzzles. This was the game we already had on the following list. Let's see. Evil's Den, Forsaken Dungeon. I think we can say no to. Unprompted. I think we can say no to whatever this is. Doesn't look visually polished. Cryogenesis. It's weird, I kind of have the feeling that I've heard of a game called Cryogenesis, but this does not look like anything of importance. Rogue Spirit. That was yet another game we had already covered. Outer Worlds Spacer's Choice Edition. I think, yeah, not to be confused with the Outer Wilds. I think the negative reviews mostly are going to be that they didn't really remaster it. It's not the best choice, it's just not. It runs far worse than the original version of the game. The improved look of the game is not worth massive performance drops and stutters that weren't there before. Aside from a higher level cap, this isn't worth anyone's time unless this version of the game is significantly improved soon. It's not worth the increase in price. Absolutely unplayable, the original runs way better. Refund requested. 30 frames per second with a 4090 No thanks, Chief. So, they did make some visual changes, and in making the visual changes, they tanked the performance. That sounds like a ridiculous thing to do. And apparently the price went up too. Although the price went up with all the DLC and the level cap improvement. This is almost certainly one of those examples in which Obsidian Entertainment probably didn't really work on this game. It was probably Virtuous Games, if I was to guess. And this was 100% mandated by Private Division. And as such, you now have this awkward game that is just milking people out of money. You can play the original version of the game and then buy all the DLC. When you look at Private Division as far as what have they released recently, you have a mixed reviewed Kerbal Space Program 2, a mostly negative Outer Worlds Spacer's Choice Edition, a very positive Rollerdrome game, which I'll open that in the new thing, Ollie Ollie World, and then you're back to Outer Worlds from 2020, which was very positive, and then Ancestors, a humankind story, and then Disintegration, which is mixed, and then the original Kerbal Space Program, which I don't own on this Steam account, so that's why it's on my wish list, even though I very poorly and briefly covered it. Rollerdrome is an arena shooter, it says. Doesn't really feel like an arena shooter. Single player only. I'm gonna put this on the wish list. Looks like a game I missed. And then Ollie Ollie World is single player too. It's very positive, and it's another one I missed as far as a skating game. Moving on to games that actually came out, we have Knights of Pen and Paper 3, which is negative already. What happened there, I wonder? Can we check and see if there's Knights of Pen and Paper 1 or 2? Played 4 hours and was a quest to find the black market, and the game crashed. Played it, fell asleep while doing so, refunded it. I didn't realize you could just put nothing in your reviews and review something. Somebody just put a space here. Love the previous 2 titles in the series. Interesting, so it really feels like third time was not the charm. So it's like they're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it's actually doing damage to enemies. It's an interesting thought. Right, let's see this. Knights of Pen and Paper 1 +1 edition. It's very positive. Very positive. So, this is really something I'd want to play, though. Yeah, I think I'd give this a chance. But I'll just put the first one in here. I don't think I need to double down and commit to potentially playing 1 and 2, or somebody gifting me 2, and then I'd need to feel the need to buy 1, which that's one way anybody could really anti-support my channel, is gift me a game that has either a ton of DLC and then I'd have to buy the DLC, or gifting me a sequel to a game I don't own the original game in the series for, because then I would feel the need to buy the original game. And yeah, I definitely am not buying video games at the moment. I've just blown the budget on trying to fix the irrigation. I feel like this game was already on my fall list. Romancevania. I totally know I've seen this game before, but you can see it's mostly negative. I know I've seen this before. Was it perhaps early access and now it is out of early access? Maybe they gave up on the early access concept, or maybe they're just manipulating the game and taking it off and putting it back on. I'm going to put this on the fall list, but it definitely doesn't deserve a YouTube short. Let's see, I heard there are monsters here. Doesn't look like anything. Last Craftsman. We need to really hurry. I'm gonna give this a chance, although probably not. Hotel Renovator. How is that much different than House Flipper? Well, I guess the general idea, though, if you're renovating a hotel, is you could potentially be a lot more of a wild decorator. But this might also very well be just destroying more than designing it. The screenshot here is showing destruction, but I guess there is some actual decorating too. House Flipper in comparison. And you can pretty much do the same thing for House Flipper. Moving on. We need to maintain momentum or increase momentum. There. Stillborn. We'll give it a chance. Yeah, even if it just means I need to be quicker. Interesting. A boxing card-based game? Yeah. That could be something. Like, even if I'm just like lower my standards as far as what goes on the fall list, probably fine. This is an interesting gimmick, maybe not perfectly animated. So yeah, throw a bunch of things on the fall list so we don't have to really think about it or decide, and only say no to the absolute garbage of garbage stuff. I think we could probably say no to this. This looks like it's just a Dark Screenshot Syndrome horror game. Right, so we have another adult game, which this will be our second 2D anime girl hentai type animation style games. Looks like it's called Pitball Winter Waifus, and it looks like it's a collection of images of anime girls. What's funny is the video is either blurred because of my plugins or it's blurred on its own, but some of the screenshots are blurred too, so some of them are blurred and some of them aren't, which is weird. But yeah, it looks to me like you're doing basically Arkanoid, having a ball bounce around hitting blocks, something like that, with an anime girl in the background lying naked on in a pose, just out there exposed, more like artistic posing than really engaging in any activity. And they all have like a fire behind them to be with the theme. So I would kind of assume that these are images specifically for this game, but you could also certainly have just added the background later. It doesn't seem like much of a game though, although in all fairness, an Arkanoid game that would de-blur or reveal an image isn't the worst idea. $2.69, English only. That seems like that's asking too much for what it is. And you're not getting a real list of just how many pictures you actually see. My best guess would be overall there's 20 pictures in the entire game. Next we have a game called Automoji, which is an auto battler roguelike game. It definitely seems like this is Super Pets, even to the point of potentially stealing the icons of characters from Super Pets. Just straight, like, these look exactly like the icons from Super Pets. That may not actually be the name of the game. Super Auto Pets may be the name of the game. And that is on Steam, so a game like this doesn't even really make sense. It does seem like they're playing in a slightly different, almost Mega Man Battle Network style of gameplay, unlike Super Auto Pets, which is just a line. But I don't think that's enough to justify what it looks like art theft to me. And we have a Mahjong game. Would I want to say yes to any kind of Mahjong or make a short around it? Maybe in the future, but not this one. That doesn't look polished enough. Lita Adventure. I'll make a YouTube short around that, just as an experiment. Climber. Doesn't look like anything. THGITW. Doesn't look like anything. Lattice Dancer. Nope. Stellar Sovereigns. I'll make a YouTube short around that, but it's not my type of game. Those space games, space strategy games, never interest me. 10 cars. If anything, that really is a growing problem, is that there is just a long list that I recognize of games I'm just not that interested in covering, which arguably maybe that is where, if my channel became successful, it would make sense to find people who do something different, play different types of games than what I play, and give that visual novel a chance. A game you can afford in this economy is, I assume, a visual novel of memeing on how expensive everything is. I didn't even look at what the price was on that game because I was uninterested. These Zup games, there's too many of these released on Steam. Yeah, you have a bundle of 17 games, and yeah, they don't look enough like something that would justify having 17 of them on Steam. Saturn Saga. I'll give this a chance because it looks like an 8-bit NES JRPG type game, while also not looking like an RPG Maker game. Contraband Police. This was already on the fall list. Grow Your Pets. Yeah, there might be something to this. Now the problem now is I'm just moving so fast that I'm not even mentally engaging Muffins on Steam. Yeah, that's where we were. This is probably nothing. As a streamer, you assess assets from the Muffin Tour legacy to create an interactive experience with your viewers. Okay. So this is not a video game. This is something that works with Twitch streamers, basically. Alright. Here we have another adult game called True Capital X Posure VR. It requires a virtual reality headset, $17.99, English only. It is 3D CGI characters, engaging in acts. Sometimes looks like mostly you're having an interracial three-way, two guys, one girl, in a lot of scenes, or yeah, glory holes. You don't see that very often in video games. This is yet another argument against the idea that there isn't a diverse nature of characters in video games once you include the adult games. Like there's a blonde haired lady in here, there's a short black haired lady that looks vaguely Asian, there's a red haired lady, there's a black guy, there's a white guy. White guy's bald, black guy has short haircut, buzz cut type thing. So yeah, I don't know why this specifically is a game in VR. It looks like you can pose people and move them around and change their clothing, and so instead of doing the low effort thing of making a visual novel and then having all of the 3D characters tell some kind of story, it seems like this is just a direct posing experience where you can pose everything and then save your photos. So then you get into the details here. It says there are 3 beautifully detailed female models, no mention of the male models, 2 well-endowed male partners. Actually, it was below that, didn't read it. 6 varied, fully explorable scenes with multiple model placements, 40 plus softcore and hardcore animations, realistic soft body physics, breast and boob jiggle, fluid physics, we'll leave it at that, emotional facial expressions with natural eye movement, and then 20 plus not safe for work outfits and free DLC. I can show off the locations here, I guess, in that you have the studio, the racetrack, the dungeon, the strip club, the Japanese onsen hot spa, and the beach. So yeah, looks more like a simulation game. It's interesting. The more like this on Steam is actually doing, I think, a decent job at promoting adult games, although it is also including The Sims 4, which is a weird choice. I'm gonna open this other adult game. Actually, it is perhaps pushing you to some really big adult games that have sold quite a bit, but there definitely seems like there is a level of getting distracted now looking at adult games. There's a level of like the cream of the crop as far as adult games that the algorithm does seem to be fairly good at highlighting and promoting. Yeah. But yeah, True Exposure VR, if you had VR, if you're interested in that, I guess you might get some experience on that. I'm not sure how many people really want to have to pose their own images, though, and set up all of that. And then they suggested this game called Treasures of Nadia, which is 3D CGI characters. But what stood out around this is it looks to me like the actual game is like a dungeon crawler of some sort, like, or almost like a layout strategy board game. Of course, every screenshot here really is just showing the actual is adult content, so it's getting hard to, it's kind of impossible to figure out what the actual gameplay is here. But yeah, there is some kind of gameplay here, interestingly enough, and it's $14.99 in English with full audio. I guess I'll put that on the wish list. It came out February 16th of 2022. It's very positive, 94% positive, as far as that's what people are looking for, as far as looking for adult content. Then the next game that they were promoting is 91% positive, called Orc Massage, which is 3D, more hyper colorful anime characters in very much anime outfits. One character is an anthropomorphic tiger girl, another looks like an elf girl, and yeah, one character looks like maybe a harpy, and they're massaging slash engaging with this giant orc character, or being massaged by this giant orc character. This one is a little less appealing. It's early access and $14.99. Doesn't really have as much variety, and it is a little bit too weird even for the anime art style, in that the orc character is a little weird, and you just don't have a vanilla looking female character either. So you have like 3 different fetish female characters and 1 fetish orc male character. And then they also suggested this game Shelter 69, which is Fallout Shelter with adult content. Unfortunately, in that case, it is mixed reviewed and just not well received. Which, yeah, it's free to play, and for it to be free to play and mixed reviewed, English only in the language, really highlights that there must not be that much quality content there. Does it even have in-app purchases? Yes, it does. So I imagine that's what it's trying to sell you on. Alright, back from that distraction, we have a new game that came out, Chippy and Nopo. We'll give that a chance. Weird looking characters. Oni, Road to the Midas Oni. I vaguely recall that the reviews weren't particularly great for this, but I'll give it a chance and see what actual gamers who buy it on Steam have to say. Heralds of Silence Chapter 1. Just looks like a dark screenshot horror game, so I'll say no to that. Bat Hero. Doesn't look like anything like a baseball fighting game. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how you fix that though to make it that good of a game. If you're just supposed to constantly swing the bat and attack people, that's just a lot of button presses. And I don't know what you could do to do something like that. If anything, it's kind of a good gimmick for a game that would just have an auto battle mode where you could just toggle the toggle button and he would swing the bat and always get a perfect swing and do like 1 damage, or you could do a non-auto battle mode where you time it yourself, and maybe he would do 3 or 4 hits of damage instead of just 1. Well, that was the games that came out, and for Wednesday we still had a couple of games. We didn't see any new furry games, but that was about it. We saw 2 3D CGI games and 2 flat 2D anime games, which just makes it feel like the whole thing is balanced, and definitely feels like adult games are being allowed, at least on the adult store side of Steam. Video GameDeveloper.com has the same article here. Former Riot execs raised $55 million to launch a new studio, the Believer Company. Let's see. I don't think. Here's a quote: "We are excited to say no effing thanks to technologies that won't make the game more fun." But the assumption there is they didn't specify, but the assumption is blockchain generated AI tools, virtual augmented reality might be one's NFTs. Yeah, non-fungible tokens, NFT, also would be no effing things. YouTube also came out and has backtracked a little, although their new policies probably aren't much different as far as cussing goes in their videos. But yeah, they definitely heard the pushback around cussing and in the first 7 seconds and all of that. The rules aren't 100% gone there, and in a lot of ways their backtrack was just a sandwich around the donut hole in the middle. That is, yes, whatever new policy they implement is going to be retroactive to all videos, just because advertisers want to follow one set of rules and they don't want to advertise on old videos that would be following a different side of rules, and YouTube can't afford, since YouTube's not even making a profit yet, to just have a whole second set of rules and a whole second set of advertisers, or have no ads running on old videos that are successful. But yeah, for me it doesn't really change too much. Like, I am definitely much more in danger of being slapped down with a community guideline strike from YouTube for adult content than I am for cursing, although I still maintain I think I'm within their adult content guidelines, as long as I'm blurring and it's for educational purposes and informative purposes, news reporting purposes. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend any content creators starting to cuss more often. It will just help you in life in general to learn to not cuss that much. It's nice to have the freedom to cuss every now and then, but you really are better off not using cuss words. They almost always are used as filler words, and if you really want to insult somebody, you don't need to use a cuss word for that. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com has the panic launching a catalog of a curated digital storefront for the Playdate. We had already talked about that. Playdate also going up in price. We talked about that. Let's see. Origami developer cancels projects ahead of closure. Almost certainly, though, one of two things will happen as far as Origami if this studio closes and doesn't get bought out or through bankruptcy or something. either some other company would buy out Origami and sell it still on Steam, or Origami would somehow mostly shutter itself and then have a holding company that would still sell uh, Origami 2, the DLC. It would be very unlikely for the game to just be removed and not available for purchase, and at a certain point then it just becomes abandonware. And while abandonware may not have any real legal protection in the United States, it certainly mentally and morally has a lot of protection in my mind, as far as if you were to go get a cracked version of Origami, because the money is not going to the original creators who worked on those projects, or even the original company that worked on those projects. There really is no reason societally for society to support a company that has already said it's canceled any more contributions it's going to give to society or create for society, and just close itself and shut itself down. Like, if there's one thing money should do, it should be towards the supporting of people who are supporting other people, all of society. Not people who just are going to line their pockets with it and pay lawyers for foreclosure or retire on it. Moving on, Curve Game boasts strong sales for The Ascent and Human Fall Flat. I guess check out this article if you're interested, from GameDeveloper.com. And then Private Division was impacted by layoffs at Take-Two Interactive. We had already talked about that also. And see, this is the outer... What is this? Outer Wilds? Or is this No Man's Sky? I think this is No Man's Sky. It almost feels like this image is the exact opposite reflected image for Starfield, but it isn't. It's just, I guess, generally characters in space places look the same. That would be funny if one company straight up made a teaser trailer image that just looked like another teaser trailer thing. We did see Goat Simulator 3 do that with Dead Space. Dead Island 2 as a joke. So it has happened as a parody, but you really don't see a lot of parody happening in the game industry. Probably for good reason. Because it probably just creates bad feelings or marketplace confusion. Let's see. NPD, a long trusted game analytics source, rebrands as Circana following an IRI merger. That sounds like a lot of inside baseball. Information Resources Incorporated, analysts, the NPD group has rebranded as Circana. I feel like I've heard of NPD before, but honestly I couldn't say I've heard anything about them lately as far as reporting on anything of any real importance as far as analytics. Moving on, Gameloft closes its Budapest studio as it shifts focus to console and PC. French game company Gameloft has closed its studio in Budapest, Hungary. Alright, and then we've got some follow list cleanup here. Features the Albion years. Doesn't look like there's any relevancy there. This might have been an older game, but I don't recognize it. It definitely looks like an old game, but doesn't mean I should play it or cover it. Creatures Village, same thing. So there's this whole creature series, I bet, and maybe one of those games was really popular. This Creatures of Energy came out in January and has 4 user reviews. I don't know. I don't think this is polished enough to make it just with the textures on the sides and the font. Creature creator is very positive. So it's kind of like Spore. Is it out of early access? Yes. Alright. I'll put it on the wish list. This is very possibly a game where you only just create the creatures and then they do very little. This might be a game for like little kids. Creative console. Let's see. Do I want to play something like this? I'm gonna leave this one on the fault list. I think the answer is probably no. But Crazy Wheels doesn't have enough reviews. Crazy Ludo doesn't have enough reviews. Some of these types of games like Ludo, I'd like to see something like that come out. Crazy Food is an interesting gimmick, but you can see it's mixed reviewed. And we really are doing kind of a great job as far as cleaning up the fault list. The only problem is, am I adding things back to the fault list? This is a virtual reality game. Crazy Cook. Crazy Chicken Extreme. This looks like a virtual reality game, but I guess it isn't. But now it's not relevant enough. I could give it more time though. I'll do that. Crazy Athletics doesn't have enough reviews. Alright, so that fixes that as far as fall list cleanup. I may get to a point where I need to start doing like 10 games in the fall list cleanup instead of just 5. But otherwise that's fine. That wouldn't be a big problem. Alright, I'm gonna pop up my Twitter feed as we play this and then scroll. We've been going 4 hours. See if there's any new news on this Wednesday. Otherwise, that's going to be it for this stream. And this goes. Apparently, Activision has released 3 previously unlisted Call of Duty games on Steam, which is interesting. Let's see. Horizon Forbidden West Rydo claims credit snub at the Nebula Awards nomination. That'll be interesting to talk about on Friday. I don't want to cover it now. We're seeing... I'm seeing companies like highlight people. Although I'm not sure that this person here is actually a worker at Treyarch Studios. She's like a voice actor. So she's just saying thanks for this t-shirt, Women's History Month, which is that what it is for most people. It's Women's History Month, but today is International Women's Day. A little bit better of an experience here in Ubisoft Quebec, where you have an actual gameplay programmer being highlighted. Arguably, sweater, maybe not the most professional thing to be wearing in a profile picture or picture to be used, but not terrible either. Yeah, I think both male and females professionally would look better just button up shirt of some sort, even like a polo or t-shirt type experience with a few buttons up top is acceptable enough. Like, for the amount a lot of these employees, I assume, are getting paid, they definitely could afford, when having a picture taken, at least to wear full, like, suit type professional outfits. Let me see if there's any other news to talk about. I'm not really doing a great job as far as getting all the daily gameplay quests done. TubeBuddy has this VidCon, which VidCon I believe is run by YouTube. The future is female VidCon. I could not tell you who any of these YouTubers are. In all fairness, if you showed me the same number of creators on YouTube that were male, I probably couldn't tell you who any of them were either. But I would assume you would have at least a Jacksepticeye or Captain Sparkles or PewDiePie in a collection if it was male people. I literally could not name a single person. I can't even guess. I don't think I've seen the face of a single one of these content creators. And maybe that's just me, or maybe that's just a selection of people they picked. But in all fairness, with the exception of Lady Ada from Adafruit, that's about the only female person that I see on YouTube regularly. Yeah, let me think about that. Is there another female content creator? Not really. Not the major person. There's sometimes like a female assistant or manager that isn't even really on screen. That's about it. And I guess it's possibly a blow to International Women's Day, and that this remake of Fatal Frame is getting a 2 out of 5 stars from Video Games Chronicles. Although I don't know if I really care about Video Games Chronicles reviews at all. They say it's a faithful Wii remaster to a fault. Although, in all fairness, it is also worth pointing out that the success or failure of a imaginary 3D video game female character is in no way helpful or reflective of the success or failures of real females in the real world. Which then definitely, that same concept gets highlighted here when you have BioWare highlighting 4 3D models of females in the game. At best, in this case, that's 4 female voice actors who got work. Same is true for the Fatal Frame game. Like 1 female voice actor. You scroll down further, and I'd barely even be able to tell that this was a female. This one I think I probably would tell, but the short hair definitely doesn't help. I think most of those are secondary or third characters. Here we have a French retweet from Ubisoft Montreal. So these might be actual programmers, female video game programmers. There really is no reason why there shouldn't be more female programmers out there, other than the fact that I think females maybe are smarter than males, and as such they are not willing to put up with the kind of abuse that a lot of male programmers have to put up with, as far as just low pay and overworking. And then, like, who knows what this Koei Tecmo retweet is, because it's all in Japanese, but yeah, I doubt it has anything to do with International Women's Day. Maybe, maybe not. It would be weird if it did. I bet the Japanese don't really celebrate International Women's Day. There is feminism in Japan, but it is definitely coming from a different different perspective and different goals and different focus. And yeah, there have been accusations of sexism that I think are a little unfair against Japanese males, and some of it probably is fair, but some of it definitely just comes down to a naturally agreed upon division of focus and attention, in the fact that like most wives are 100% in charge of all the finances and all the income that the Japanese men earn, and Japanese men are fully expected to work to the maximum amount of time that they possibly can, whereas Japanese wives are not really expected to work as difficult of jobs or jobs at all in a lot of cases. People fall into comfortable roles culturally, whether they agree upon it consciously or not, a lot of times. Anyways, so definitely not as many tweets from game developers around International Women's Day. If this really was a big thing they wanted to promote, arguably maybe that's because there's a lot of companies that are just not tweeting at all. I did hear of a DDoS happening against one of the Mastodon servers, which, yeah, is highlighting that the Mastodon federated concept, while it will keep a lot of other servers up to date, does not have the level of protection that you potentially are going to have around a bigger company like Twitter. Of course, it could be Twitter that's paying for the DDoS. Here, Minecraft has some more female people, and then they're doing the hashtag embrace equity concept too. If anything, I still think we really are at the point as far as women in gaming where a lot more benefit could happen if we could just get more little girls, to play video games and stick to playing video games, which in part is just convincing little boys to not scare them away, or not having creepy old people, even teenagers, scaring away girls when they try to play online, which that is a hard ask. That requires big societal change. Anyways, that's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to further follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And there is also a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and get me a game off my wishlist to support me further. I have had a thought where I probably should thank people at the end of these streams if I had any Patreon subscribers. My Patreon does not make any promises at all, but probably I would do that. Yeah, I don't see a real reason to not do that. So if somebody did, if I started to get a pretty good list of people, or even one person, at the end of every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, them getting thanked would make some sense. There at some point might be an increase in the amount that has to be donated if the list gets too long. But yeah, that is very much the literal least I could do. Thank you for watching, though. Have a good evening.